Una buona
So, a good day to all of you. We can start our workshop. I would like to welcome all of you, and in particular, our guests. Welcome with all my heart to the Chamber of Deputies. Welcome to Italy. And we're going to start this very important seminar, reading the message coming from the Speaker of the Chamber, Mr. Lorenzo Fontana. I would like to extend to all of you my warmest greetings, because this event is devoted to the fight against terrorism. These parliamentary meetings are a precious opportunity to develop a coordinated strategy and also an effective strategy to deal with one of the most challenging situations for our countries. The growing digital interconnection requires to have a better understanding of the threat of terrorism against the threat to peace and security at the international level. I'm referring to the need to adopt very advanced measures in order to counteract non-conventional and increasingly sophisticated and complex threats. So, from this point of view, there is the case of artificial intelligence, an instrument that may be disruptive if it is not used properly or if it is used by terrorism, because this may also exploit the vulnerability of the cyberspace. In fact, in the last few years, cybersecurity has become an essential component of all modern defense strategies with the objective of preventing and responding to cyber attacks. AI can also be used for propaganda purposes, also to plan terrorist attacks in the real world. But then we don't have to ignore the many different ties between terrorism and organized crime based on recruiting of extremisms among mobsters and the propensity of criminal organizations to support violent extremism through revenues from their illegal activities. In a similar scenario, it is absolutely indispensable to be strongly committed to counteracting these very, very dangerous threats to the world order and to security at all levels. So that's why the role of parliamentary assemblies is so important in developing an adequate regulatory framework on new technologies, but also in promoting a closer international cooperation in order to exchange best practices. And the adoption of a coordinated approach is in line with the planetary dimension of this phenomenon. It is only through a joint effort that we'll be able to develop effective strategies to fight against illegal use of emerging technologies. So please accept my best wishes for a successful conference signed by the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Fontana. Honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, as the head of delegation and president of the Italian delegation of the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, I'm very happy to welcome you. And I would like to extend my warmest greetings to our foreign guests. And I would like to welcome you to the fourth Parliamentary Police Dialogue on countering the use of artificial intelligence and new technologies for terrorist purposes. So today's session and tomorrow's session are a unique opportunity to carry out an in-depth analysis and to have a multilateral exchange on this very topical issue. We have to counter the use of new technologies and artificial intelligence on the part of terrorist groups and criminal organizations. So we are now discussing a very, very sensitive issue, and we need international cooperation. So we have to work together. In fact, on the one hand, technological transformations are producing important positive effects for the society, but on the other, they are instruments that can become a threat if they're used for illegal uses. This dichotomy of artificial intelligence is increasingly evident in the field of national security and defense. In fact, if on the one hand, artificial intelligence is an important ally for law enforcement agencies that have increasingly inefficient tools to counteract illegal activities, but the new technological advances allow terrorist groups and criminal organizations can be led to use these instruments to their advantage. I'm talking about terrorist groups and organized crime because even if they are different groups, they are becoming more and more similar, as shown in the resolutions of the UN Security Council number 2095 and the other one of 2019. In fact, these two groups use each other to finance their activities and to extend their scope of action. This is very relevant in reference to the financing of illegal activities coming from the sale of drugs and of other illegal items. In fact, the use of artificial intelligence together with other emerging technologies clearly changing the modus operandi of these organizations, as already shown in the resolutions approved by Osce. But the deployment and use of AI can be a basis to counter terrorism and organized crime. So our task as parliamentarians is therefore crucial. We must translate the recommendations that will emerge from our discussion into concrete policies, ensuring that technology and AI development takes place within a framework of transparency and rule of law. Osce, as you know, stands out for its ongoing effort to promote international security through multilateral dialogue and cooperation. In particular, the Parliamentary Assembly's ad hoc committee on countering terrorism. So we have a Vice President, Mrs. Loperfido, has already showed its leadership in combating threats related to emerging technologies. Initiatives such as the joint report, Algorithms and Terrorism, and the work conducted under the UN Security Council resolutions are key contributions to addressing the potential misuse of artificial intelligence by terrorist and criminal organizations. Today's session is part of this framework of shared actions. We will begin by exploring global and regional challenges related to the misuse of AI with experts who will help us understand not only the technological risks, but also the vulnerabilities that these tools can amplify. We will then continue with a reflection on the best international and regional practices, a central theme for Osce, which has always promoted the fruitful exchange of experiences between parliaments and institutions. Finally, we will look at the international legal framework, an aspect on which Osce has already provided valuable guidance, stressing the importance of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, even in counter-terrorism measures. I'm confident that our debate will produce valuable contributions, strengthening the role of parliaments in adopting responsible policies geared toward international cooperation. So I would like to wish all of us good work. I would like also to thank all the people who worked to organize this important seminar, starting from the people I know, the Osce Parliamentary Assembly, and I would like it also to thank Osce as a whole, and also Mr. Bernabello, the team from the Italian Parliament, and from the Chamber of Deputies and the International Affairs Department, Mrs. Gherardina, the United Nations, and the Shura of Qatar. And also, I would like to thank the people I've forgotten to thank. I would like to thank all the participants for your commitment to building a safer future for all of us. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful conference.
Bene.
Well, let's go on with our session. I now give the floor to my colleague, the Honorable Salvatore Deida, President of the Transport, Post and Telecommunication Commission at the Chamber of Deputies. Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Eugenio. I would like to say good morning to all the colleagues of the different parliaments that are represented here today. It is a great pleasure and honor to me to take the floor on a topic that is so important, and it is a topic that has become the subject of the most international conferences. I would like to tell you that Italy has been recently the protagonist of the G7 under the Italian lead, in which we have talked about the issue of artificial intelligence, and we have invited also the representatives of monotheist religions in a way to represent that behind the phenomenon of artificial intelligence there is always the human being, and the human being is the central element in our discussions too. So we have to understand how to regulate artificial intelligence, and we have to find common positions so that this tool could not be a tool that would fall in the hands of terrorism and criminal organizations. To this end, the European Union has already prepared a regulation, but this is not enough. Italy is drafting a regulation, but this is not enough. And so I thank the OECD, the OSCE, for organizing this conference here today, and to help us finding a common language and common means and exchange good practices down to there, because in every situation and for every topic we have to bear in mind that the tools that we have in our hands must not be transformed in something negative. You know, when you talk about artificial intelligence, as for any other tool, you do not have to think that it is a good or bad tool, but that depends who is using this tool. So we need training, first of all, and then when we talk about the state of law, we have to teach since the early age of people how to deal with the state of law. And so we have to form people, to train people also in artificial intelligence, for them to understand that this is a tool, but it could become a weapon, and therefore it has to be used with caution. So we are setting up a dialogue with every single state to find a common language, because fighting criminality is borderless. We have to extend in the global world our actions, and so we have to talk to each and everyone. You know, in Rome recently, a multinational company that is dealing with artificial intelligence has told us that artificial intelligence per se is not perfect. It always needs a human person that has to correct it and lead it, and this is our task. We have to look for a common legislation down to there to have an international harmonization in tackling with this issue. So I'm very happy to participate here in this meeting because, and I conclude by that, I don't want to take too much of your time. When we talk about something, we have to talk in a uniform, in a homogeneous vision. And when we have this single vision, we can fight terrorism and criminality, because we are going to deprive them from using this tool. You know, from the G7, a very strong message came out, because when you are a cyber terrorist, you are working against our state institutions, and the cyber terrorists speak a single language. We have to speak a single language too, and I would like to wish you fruitful work. Thank you, President Ida. In extending my thanks, I would like to thank over again the United Nations with the delegation, the parliamentary delegation at the OCSD. We have been in New York at the United Nations in our Italian representation office. In specific, I'm talking about the UNOCT, the office for the United Nations Office for Counterterrorism. So I now give the floor to the President of our Parliamentary Assembly at the OECE, President of the Mechanism for the Coordination of the Parliamentary Assembly. You have the floor.
I'm very sorry to disappoint you, as my Italian is not good enough to carry on to my remarks, so I would like to switch on to English. Dear President, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th Parliamentary Policy Dialogue organized within the framework of the Coordination Mechanism of Parliamentary Assemblies on Counterterrorism, which my Assembly has the honor to preside since June 2022. For the first time in the history of our mechanism, we are gathering in the premises of a national parliament, owing to the generosity and commitment of the Italian delegation to the OSCE. Since this is a dialogue among parliamentarians and for the parliamentarians, I consider this to be a very important achievement. Thank you, President Zoffili, Vice Chair Loperfido, and Ms. Gallardini for making this possible. I would also like warmly thank the United Nations Office on Counterterrorism for its critical support in organizing this important gathering. Without your dear David and Murad, parliamentarians would have fewer opportunities to engage on these critical issues. Finally, I would like to convey my gratitude to all my colleagues and guest speakers for accepting our invitation to share their insights with our honorable members. We truly appreciate your readiness to contribute to the success of this initiative, which will help us bridge the gap between policy and practice. Since our last meeting in Istanbul, my home country, Turkey has been shaken by a tragic terror attack, which killed 7 people and injured 22 more. In mourning the victims of this cowardly attack, we are painfully reminded once again that terrorism and violent extremism are among the most serious threats to our security, causing death and terror among our citizens. I believe that it's a key for all of us to continuously stay on top of developments and learn from each other's good practices and lessons. A security threat that is international in nature, like terrorism, cannot be solved solely in our own parliaments. We need to stand together against those who wish to undermine our democratic values and threaten our societies with their malicious acts. In our common fight against terrorism and violent extremism, we must address these complex phenomena at its roots and must aim at preventing them rather than simply rely on law enforcement. Through a whole-of-society approach, with a special emphasis on gender and youth, we must tackle the conditions that are conducive to radicalization and leads to terrorism. This approach must also focus on how new technologies and artificial intelligence impact these conditions. For example, through all optimized recruitment strategies and the manipulation of audio and video content online, inciting violence and fear. These and many other threats associated with the potential misuse of AI and new technologies for terrorist purposes will therefore be the focus of today's very timely parliamentary policy dialogue. We simply cannot afford to concede to ignorance on this topic and watch malicious actors overtake us in technological advancements. Dear colleagues, this topic has been high on the agenda of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly for some time now, not least since the adoption of our resolution on AI and the fight against terrorism on the margins of our last annual session in Romania. In accordance with Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter, the OSCE is the world's largest regional security organization devoted to promoting peace and stability across its 57 participating states through cooperating dialogue. In today's increasingly challenging geopolitical landscape, one of our priorities has been developing responses to terrorism and violent extremism that are both effective and well-rooted in human rights. The OSCPA policy resolution on the impact on AI in counterterrorism is no exception. In fact, the document represents the culmination of our efforts to be at the forefront in tackling yet another emerging security threat that needs to be addressed cooperatively. This is why the OSCPA proposes to hold this dedicated parliamentary dialogue, which is divided into 3 different segments. One of them is the assessment of potential threats linked to the misuse of AI. And the second one, discussion around some promising parliamentary practices. And the third is the presentation of the international legal and cooperation framework. Addressing the potential misuse of AI for terrorist purposes is an urgent and unavoidable topic, and I am so grateful for the expertise and insight gathered here today. I hope that we will make the most out of this opportunity to strengthen our partnerships and commitment to countering and preventing these threats. And thank you, Chair. Thank you for your giving my opportunity. Thank you.
Grazie.
Well, thank you, thank you. I would like to thank Camille Aydin. I would like to thank you for your presentation. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Hamed bin Ibrahim Al-Malki, member of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar. Please, sir, you have the floor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the peace be with you. I'm very happy to be with you here in such an important parliamentary meeting with different countries from different parts of the world to discuss one of the greatest threats for mankind. And for example, the dangers that may come from the misuse of artificial intelligence, innovative technologies. We've seen a disruptive development of these new technologies, and all this opened up new development opportunities thanks to digital and IT advances. But this may also be a threat to security because the misuse of these instruments in the hands of terrorist or criminal organizations that may use them to carry out attacks against the stability and security of our countries. As far as Qatar is concerned, also on behalf of our beloved Sheikh, we are very interested in responding to this threat through international and regional cooperation. This is the reason why our country is also hosting one of the most important offices of the organization to counteract terrorism in order to fight against this phenomenon and prevent this phenomenon. So we participated in this event today thanks to the Shura Council and thanks to the Italian Parliament for having invited us. This is an international platform that allows us to strengthen international cooperation and our commitment to strengthening security and to the prevention of risks on a global level, and also through further strengthening of the United Nations so they can better respond to these threats and to armed extremism. And this is very important to have the necessary regulatory framework to counteract the misuse of these technologies. So the Shura Council often discusses the risks related to artificial intelligence. We have done so through different ad hoc sessions to try and develop a regulatory framework to ensure the good use of these tools. So our council supports the international commitment to developing the best possible policies for the use of AI. We have participated in many international and regional initiatives on the use of artificial intelligence, and we also have discussed about the possible regulatory policies to optimize the use of these technologies and to prevent their misuse. In all these meetings, we've seen a great interest on the part of extremely experienced people, and we are trying also to improve our response capabilities thanks to our parliament. And for example, we have had quite a successful story in this framework. So we have to work on the regulatory framework, but also on the social dimension and on institutions of the state. We have shared objectives, I would like just to remind you, and ensure that Council is absolutely determined in providing support to international cooperation policies in order to respond to this threat on the basis of the respect of human rights and the respect for international law. And I would like to thank the Italian Parliament and the Chamber of Deputies for having invited us. And I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you. Well, thank you for your precious contribution. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. David Alamos, Chief Program Officer on Parliamentary Engagement in Preventing and Countering Terrorism from the United Nations Office of Counter-Terrorism. Please, you have the floor, sir. Grazie.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all here today in this magnificent city of Rome for our fourth Parliamentary Policy Dialogue. Allow me to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to the Italian Parliament for its exceptional hospitality and significant support in organizing this event. We deeply appreciate the extraordinary collaboration which we have indeed enjoyed during this year of implementation of several initiatives in this nice city of Rome. Our program has consistently received strong support from the Italian parliamentarians who actively participate in all our initiatives and activities. I would also like to convey our deepest gratitude to the Shura Council of the State of Qatar for its continued support to our program office in implementing the global program on parliamentary engagement in preventing and countering terrorism. Additionally, I extend our heartfelt thanks to our honorable panel in parliamentary assemblies, their commitment and outstanding dedication to promoting and supporting parliamentary efforts in countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism have enabled our office to fulfill its important mission. I would like to especially recognize and thank the partnership with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, co-organizers of this event, with whom we have constantly worked during the last 2 years under their presidency of the Coordination Mechanism for Parliamentary Assemblies. And last but not least, I wish to express also our appreciation to our esteemed experts who have traveled from around the world to share their invaluable knowledge and expertise with us. Your contributions significantly enhance the relevance, precision, and effectiveness of our work. Excellencies, distinguished participants, as you may recall, our first parliamentary dialogue was held on 31st January 2023 in Doha, focusing on border security and cross-border cooperation in the context of counterterrorism. During the second policy dialogue, held in Vienna in October 2023, we explored violent extremism conducive to terrorism and its implication for youth. Our third policy dialogue, in May this year, addressed the protection of religious sites, symbols, and objects. All those topics have been selected on the basis of the priorities identified in the discussion held under the Coordination Mechanism for Parliamentary Assemblies. For today's event, considering the critical relevance of artificial intelligence and new technologies, and following our previous discussion, as well as consultation with the Coordination Mechanism for Parliamentary Assemblies and its presidency, our esteemed colleagues and honorable partners at OSCE EPA, we have chosen to dedicate today's dialogue to the intricate topic of countering the use of artificial intelligence and new technologies for terrorist purposes. This issue of artificial intelligence has become one of the most widely discussed topics globally. Some of the parliamentary assemblies present here today have already advanced resolution and research on this specific topic. While some view artificial intelligence as heralding a new era of scientific and technological progress, others raise concern about its impact on the global economy, potential job redundancies, and the resulting social vulnerabilities. There are also significant concerns that this profound global transformation, beyond their technological advancements, may intensify existing conflicts and introduce new risks, including terrorism, thereby threatening national, regional, and global security. The recently adopted Pact for the Future, in its Action 23 titled "We will pursue a future free from terrorism," underscores the determination of the international community to address the threats posed by the misuse of emerging technologies, including digital tools and financial instruments for terrorist purposes. To achieve this, the international community has agreed to enhance coordination of United Nations counterterrorism efforts and cooperation with regional organizations while pursuing efforts to conclude a comprehensive convention on international terrorism. Our meeting today aligns fully with this critical objective. I hope that this dialogue will deepen our understanding of the challenges and risks posed by these technologies, as well as explore the opportunities they may offer in countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism, particularly from the perspective of effective legislation, policies, and strategies. Excellencies, before we begin, allow me please to briefly go through the main session of today's agenda and recall the key objective of our meeting today. And we will begin, as you already hear, with the examination and discussion of the global and regional challenges and threats associated with the use of artificial intelligence and other new technologies for terrorist purposes. And subsequently, we will review the exchange and exchange insight of existing good practices and regional parliamentary practices for preventing and countering the use of AI and other new technologies for terrorist purposes. After that, our esteemed colleagues from leading UN agencies will present international legal framework for preventing and countering the use of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. And finally, we will conclude today's dialogue by summarizing the key recommendations we developed together and discuss the main follow-up actions resulting from this event. After the conclusion of the dialogue, around 5 o'clock, we will have the privilege to do a visit to the archives of the Chamber of Deputies at the Palazzo San Macuto, kindly organized by the Italian Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I would like also to take advantage before I close, just also to remember you that we will also have the privilege to enjoy a reception from hosted by the Italian Parliament after the visit. So, Excellencies, honorable participants and distinguished experts, I would like to thank you one more time for your commitment, support and efforts. I would like to wish us all a fruitful work, constructive and meaningful discussion, and new ideas that will help us all achieve our goals. Thank you very much.
Ancora grazie a lei e a tutte le Nazioni Unite.
Thank you again to you and the United Nations. It is a pleasure to us and our Parliament to host you. Now, the introductory section, the greeting section is now concluded, so I leave the presidency of the first session to my colleague Hamed bin Ibrahim Al-Maki.
Chiedo scusa.
I apologize. I apologize. The session will be moderated by the Honorable Camille Aydin. I apologize.
Some water?
Thank you, sir. It's very kind of you.
I'm gonna tell the team to tell them to sit. Just 1 second, I'm gonna.
Excuse me, as we are running out of time and far behind the scheduled timetable, we are apt to start the new session. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes. Dear Excellencies and dear colleagues, I am delighted to welcome you once again as we continue with our first session, exploring global and regional challenges and threats associated with the use of artificial intelligence and other new technologies for terrorist purposes. The rapid development of AI technologies presents a dynamic and evolving threat, particularly in the regions already facing heightened security tensions. Terrorist organizations are increasingly exploiting these advancements for malicious purposes, necessitating swift and coordinated action from governments, parliaments, and international organizations. Such responses must be carefully crafted to uphold international law, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. National parliaments and parliamentary assemblies play a crucial role in this effort. By developing frameworks that regulate AI and emerging technologies, they can bolster national resilience and international cooperation. International organizations like OSCE and its Parliamentary Assembly promote information sharing, regulatory alignment, and coordinated responses, while also promoting responsible innovation and safeguarding privacy and human rights. The OSCE EPA, through its 2024 resolution on AI and the fight against terrorism, has laid a solid foundation for international cooperation. Moving forward, it's crucial to boost this collaboration and build robust national and international strategies that deter, detect, and disrupt the use of AI by terrorist groups. In doing so, it's key to draw from the experience which is already available. This session will therefore allow us to dive deeper into key challenges, emerging threats, and required actions in our respective regions. First, we will hear from some high-level experts, and subsequently we will have the opportunity to discuss the matter among ourselves. And dear colleagues, to begin, I am pleased to give the floor to Ambassador Massimo Marotti, if I am not mistaken in pronunciation, the head of the Strategy and Cooperation Department of the Italian National Cybersecurity Agency. With extensive diplomatic experience, he has served as Italy's ambassador to Iraq, diplomatic advisor to the Minister of Defense, and alternate representative to the United Nations Security Council. At the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he held key roles, including NATO Director, EU Foreign and Security Policy Director, and Deputy Director General for Political Affairs. His current role underscores the importance of international collaboration in addressing cybersecurity challenges. Ambassador Marotti, I am aware that Italy has been at the front foot in promoting greater cooperation on artificial intelligence at international level, for instance, in the G7 framework, and I am now eager to hear your insights on how this new technology can be misused by terrorist purposes. And honorable guests, I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Marotti. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm honored to be here, and I would like to thank for inviting me at this important parliamentary policy dialogue. The Italian National Cybersecurity Agency is the newly established institution in the security of the cyber realm. In Italy, like in many other countries, the institution which work together for preventing the misuse of cyberspace are the Law Enforcement Agency, Ministry of Defense, the Intelligence, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs responsible for cyber diplomacy, and agencies like the one I'm part of, which refer to the Prime Minister through another Secretary of State. The importance of this architecture is not to be underestimated, because this set all states, or many states, to have the important tools to counter the risk and the threat that appears to all in the cyber realm. 2 days ago, the head of one of the European agencies pointed out the risks that the cyber, what he defined as a gray zone warfare, compared to the level of awareness in the society and the business community that was acting in what he called also peacetime mode. The attention of state institutions to the risk in the cybersecurity related to the misuse of the digital and information set as certainly one of the points that is at the forefront for the activity of the agencies worldwide. Italy, following the national strategy, has invested a lot in international cooperation. The G7 presidency of Italy this year was also granted our agency the possibility to establish a new working group between the 7 agencies and Center for Cybersecurity as a way to address and improve the capacity of those institutions to work together against the crime and, in general, the misuse of the digital realm, including the misuse by international terrorist organizations. The activity is not new. The governments cooperate in the counter-ransom initiative, for example, where several states work together to face one of the major threats to the state, threat to national security and threat to economic security of countries. And we are all aware that behind those activities there are also terrorist purposes, from financing organization and to also damage directly state and institutions. The artificial intelligence in a way accelerate the action of the state and government in several ways, including the one of cyber security. For artificial intelligence, we mean the general set of concepts, methods, tools, hardware and softwares that all together they can generate a transformative capacity. Through these transformative capacities in the information world means the possibility to enlarge the vulnerabilities of systems. And this technology, which is technically a dual-use technology, presents both benefits and risk. And the state needs to ensure a correct posture also on the side of the risk, managing the risk of this, that this technology entails. In a recent private polls among companies who invest in artificial intelligence or are going to invest in artificial intelligence, the awareness of the risk that this technology entails is well aware. More than 40% are aware of those risks. We were meeting in Rome with the agency of the G7 precisely to address the common action in the realm of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. This was the main subject of discussion in this first year that this group was established, not only because artificial intelligence was a priority for the Italian presidency of the G7, but also because this involved several questions for security agencies in this particular moment. The artificial intelligence is developing. The investment that has been attracted from this area will open soon the commercial use of artificial intelligence. And with this, with the spread of commercially AI-based products, the vulnerability increases across the border, across the nations. And the risk that the cyber world, the cyber sphere is attacked by criminal organization with terroristic also purposes or malevolent purposes is the common threat. And this is the base of the international cooperation that is at place now. Our groups, our experts, our special expert in artificial intelligence has met and discussed not only how we can work together, but also where to find the right method to analyze all the software components of artificial intelligence systems that have to be controlled, verified, and secured before employed. What the security agencies are working now is not to repeat the mistake that has been done in the past when internet have been spread with very little concern about the security of its component. The rule so far has the speed to the market. This was driving the forces economically worldwide. And there is certainly an interest today also to have a speed to the market driving force for this new technology. But what we are all trying to do at the same time, and to do it giving priority to the security, because only securing from the beginning the process of developing and implementing and deploying those systems, we can reduce the vulnerability intrinsically present in those components, and reducing the space for malevolent actors, state or non-state actors is relevant in this point, but they will all have the possibility to exploit those vulnerabilities. And this is the force which is driving cooperation among agencies. We not only work with the G7, but we also, following the national strategy, interact bilaterally with the countries to work together and to cooperate also in capacity building. We established a network of relationship, and we will work more and more in this direction because we are all bounded by this common interest among state agencies. And I welcome your dialogue as the role of the Parliament is essential, not only to ensure that the international governance of this phenomenon, the application of artificial intelligence to the economic activities worldwide, but also because it reinforces the security apparatus in all our societies. And I hope I didn't went far from the time assignment. And thank you for your attention.
Dear Ambassador, thank you very much for such an compact, expert, illuminating information compiled from a deep experience, home and outside. And I hope this experience did a great help to the Italian government to get rid of this sort of events. That's what I thought, because Italy made a good effort to let's say, get rid of these terrorist issues. Thank you once again. And dear guests, dear participants, as I said at the beginning of the panel, we are far behind the scheduled time. That's why we are going to listen to the speakers first, taking information from the experts, and then we are going to start question and answer session. And if you raise your hands or show yourself to David, and he is taking some notes in order to provide a floor for your comment. And after that, we are going to have the tea break. Don't worry, we are going to have a coffee break. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Jean-Marc Rickley, who is joining us online from the United States. Dr. Rickley is the head of Global and Emerging Risks and the director of the Polymath Initiative at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. He is also the co-chair of the NATO Partnership for Peace Consortium Emerging Security Challenges Working Group, a senior advisor for the Artificial Intelligence Initiative at the Future Society, and the co-creator of the International Security Map of the Strategic Intelligence Platform of the World Economic Forum. And the list would go on, because he's apparently, he's having a very long list of expertise. Dr. Rickley, thank you very much for joining us online. I reckon it is very early in the day where you are connecting from, so thank you even more. You have the floor. Sorry to disrupt your day. We can see you, but we cannot hear. You are muted, sir. Huh, yeah.
Sorry. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I can listen to myself, so if you could cut your mics, that would help, because otherwise it's impossible for me to talk. All right. Okay, that's good. All right, let me share my screen, and all right, you should be able to see it now. All right. So what I'll talk about is AI and other emerging technologies and the impact that they have on terrorist organization. I can still hear my voice. Can you just cut the audio, because it's very difficult for me to speak when I can hear my own speech. Right. Okay. So if you look at the drivers of this technology,
recording in progress,
you can see that they are free. Sorry, I still hear my voice, so I will try to carry on, but it's really not easy. So what we can see is you have development in exponential development in computing power, while at the same time we have also exponential development in data generation, which is estimated that 90% of the world's data ever generated were generated in the last 2 years. And in terms of storage capabilities, we see exactly the same patterns going on. We're increasingly miniaturized the storage capacity, but this has obviously a limitation. But biologists are working on it, and by probably before the end of this decade, it will be possible to store information on DNA. And if that's the case, a cubic centimeter of DNA will be able to actually contain all the information ever generated by humanity. So what you see here are development towards increasing democratization of access to this technology, because the prices of this technology drops also exponentially. The first time we sequenced a human genome, we started in 1990, finished in 2003, and it cost $2.7 billion. Nowadays, you have companies working on synthesizing DNA in 1 hour for $100. So what does that mean for people working in security? Well, it's democratization of access. And so similar to low-cost airline companies, if you drop the prices of tickets, you increase the number of customers. This is exactly what we are witnessing. This is the first time that in 2011 that a gun was 3D printed. Fast forward in 2019, that gun was used by a far-right extremist in Halle, Germany, to conduct an attack against a synagogue. Sorry, it was not used. The police recovered this gun in the booth of the car of the terrorist. I can still hear myself. It was going better before. If you can still switch off the sound, it would be good. Thanks. So what we can also see now is that, for instance, in Marseille, you have drug cartels that are now also using that kind of technology to 3D print some guns, and obviously you can 3D print grenade launchers. So what does that mean for law enforcement authorities? It means that these weapons are completely going under the radar. Now, when it comes to AI and other emerging tech, especially AI, you can regroup the uses of AI by terrorist organization in three functions. First, as an analytical enabler, and this is basically what AI is really good at. And because we are generating this awful lot amount of data. In 2019, Strava, a fitness tracker company, released its hot map of users, and less than 24 hours after Strava released its map, I browsed Twitter and I look at what people found, and basically people zoomed in and they look at what was on these maps. And so here you can see the Pentagon, and probably there are some tunnel underneath. This is at the time the secret French military base in Madama. This is the CIA outpost in Mogadishu. These are the guard patterns of the Turkish armed forces in Manbij. So you would expect that 2019, that kind of information was released, and it was okay. Well, a month ago, Le Monde ran this article where the bodyguards of President Macron are using Strava, and here you can see that this information could be used and jeopardizes the security of the president. A company has basically developed a business model where it collects all the pictures that are available on the internet, and then has developed an application where you can take a picture of anybody, and then the picture will be actually identified by comparing it to all the pictures that are on the web. This technology has already been used in a military context, not the least in Ukraine. You might remember the Google glasses in 2013 that did not fly, but 4 years ago, Ray-Ban partnered with Meta to create these glasses that, with a small camera that can record what you're doing. Well, a few weeks ago, it was reported that undergraduate students basically jailbreak the system by connecting it to social media, and they could actually do real-time people reconnaissance. So you can approach someone in the street, and you know exactly who that person is, and you can start to have a dialogue with that person. So what does it mean? These technologies are available, and they can obviously be used also by terrorist organizations for intelligence purpose. And obviously, if we are moving into more immersive technology like the metaverses, and it was reported that Seoul is investing billions of dollars to recreate Seoul in the metaverse, which is good because you can visit the city. That is good. Now, if you look from the security perspective, remember the Mumbai attack in 2008, coordinated attack by terrorist terrorist organization. Well, what you can see is that it would be possible to think that terrorist organization would use this technology to actually do reconnaissance about the cities, to look at the weaknesses, or rehearse a coordinated attack. If you want to know more, we published a small analysis 2 years ago about that. As a first multiplier, AI obviously is these days anywhere in conflict. This is Ukraine, and these drones are responsible for contributing to shutting down the lights in Ukraine by targeting energy infrastructure. But obviously, drones have already been used by terrorist organizations, not the least the Islamic States, where during the Battle of Mosul in 2017, up to 30 Iraqi soldiers lost their life on a weekly basis because of commercial DJI drones that were weaponized. It was the first time that non-state actor groups had achieved tactical air supremacy over government actors. Obviously, the link between terrorist organization and organized crime organization is very thin. And it has already been the case that drones were used for targeted assassination, for instance, President Maduro, or to attack law enforcement forces. Drones are proliferating on the battlefield, not the least because of advancement in Ukraine and other theater of operation. And this technology can now be accessible by pretty much anyone. And these have been, as mentioned earlier, already used on a couple of occasions. Probably the most important one was last year's attack of Hamas against Israel. But it was also reported that last week, HTS used these drones to actually target Syrian officials. As a disruptor, this is basically where you start to have some real concern. Obviously, when you weaponized drones are a problem, but increasingly what we are witnessing is that drones are being used in swarms in the commercial sector. As a matter of fact, the world record of flying drones together was defeated this year in September, where more than 10,000 drones were flying together in Shenzhen in China. In the military, if you apply this swarming algorithm, what you get are a strategy that is very disruptive because it overwhelms and saturates your defense system. And we are starting to see that emerging on the battlefield. For instance, Ukraine posted a video last month that basically display here the use or the test of swarms drones. As was mentioned earlier, swarms are algorithms, and therefore, once these algorithms have been developed, it's almost impossible to stop their proliferation. So, swarming and drones is a combination that could be disruptive. Now, if we look back at the era of the Islamic State in the last decade, ISIS was the first organization to understand how to weaponize social media by using ultraviolence of execution videos. And here you have a few screenshots of the different videos that they posted with the virality of social media. This had a huge impact because in a matter of a few weeks, with about 50 to 60,000 person, ISIS managed to conquer the size of the UK on 2 countries. Fast forward now to where we are, the technology has evolved, and what we are now developed are deepfakes that rely on generative adversarial networks. So a technique in AI that I don't want to go into detail, but look at how fast the technology has developed. By 2019, it was possible for an algorithm to create real pictures that look really real, to the point that in 2022, when you ask people and show people a real picture and a deepfake, now people have more faith into deepfakes. And obviously, deepfake have been used. For instance, in the war in Gaza, you might have seen this picture of this baby in the ruins of Gaza that has been tweeted and retweeted quite a bit. This was a deep fake. And if you don't believe me, the former US ambassador to the UN already tweeted that pictures earlier in 2023 when there was a earthquake in Syria and Turkey. So already now, terrorist organizations are using generative AI for what we call meme war among others. So basically, they create memes of, for instance, the attack of Hamas against Israel. You could say, okay, that's not really problematic. Now, this picture in the middle is interesting because it's a bit more realistic. And if you step back a bit and you look at the smoke, what you see is the face of Adolf Hitler. And what it creates basically an environment where people are becoming distrustful of the information. And then when you have legitimate sources that are actually tweeting or sharing information about what happened, then people increasingly are questioning real information. So what it does, it instigates doubts. And obviously in the future, already now, with generative AI, it is possible to develop completely fake synthetic identities that are now very convincing and that already have now some impact in terms of money extraction. And obviously terrorist organizations can use that to finance themselves. Mr. Fortazzi was talking about AI and cyber. Generative AI has also become really, really good because coding is a language to code polymorphic malware and other type of malware. If you think about that, next year it is estimated that the cyber crime will cost $10.3 billion. A report earlier this year mentioned that the global war on terrorism to the United States for 20 years cost the US 5.4 trillion. So next year, just cybercrime could be actually double the cost of what the global war on terrorism costs to the US. Now, when it comes to weapons of mass destruction, we have a record of terrorist organizations trying and using them. Al-Qaeda, for instance, in 2004, an attack was thwarted in Jordan that would use chemical compounds. ISIS developed a active chemical weapons program with human guinea pig testing in Mosul, and they used chemical weapons 72 times during a period of 4 years. And so now when you combine Gen AI with drug discovery algorithm and you apply them to chemical weapons, what happens is that algorithms are able to identify new chemical weapons compounds, and in that experiment, in 6 hours, 40,000 molecules, of which 2/3 were unknown and more lethal than VX, one of the worst chemical weapons. And then it goes on, obviously, because you can also combine AI with synthetic biology for a different technique. One is called CRISPR, and it has been invented in 2013 and is responsible for gene driving. So forcing a specific gene to be prevalent across an entire population. CRISPR kits are available for less than $200, and there are already guides online to do your own genome engineering. And that obviously creates a headache for people in biosecurity, because we are entering a new age of bioterror when you have this tool available to pretty much anyone. An experiment was conducted last year using ChatGPT to basically come up with new pathogens. In an hour, 4 new pathogens were suggested by ChatGPT, and also where it can be synthesized. The next and last technology I will talk about are neurotechnologies, because increasingly we are developing immersive technology. For instance, Apple Vision Pro with a Google that can track your eye movement, while at the same time recording also your brain activities. And that basically, Apple has submitted a patent last year. We have earbuds that can actually analyze your brain functions, your emotional states. Also, with generative artificial intelligence and functional MRIs, you can actually put people in functional MRIs and show them pictures. And increasingly, AI is able to reconstitute what the person sees. The experiment here, MindEye2, was done in March of this year. You show someone a picture of a giraffe, and after 1 hour, the algorithm is able to reconstitute what the person sees. And earlier this year, Elon Musk, Neuralinks company, mentioned that they managed to do the first successful human trial in brain-computer interface, which are technology that connects the brain with the machine. So what we are entering also is a new dimension of warfare, where the brain is increasingly the battlefield, and I call that cognitive warfare. The idea is not just to control the flow of information, but is actually to control what and how people think in order to control what they do. So because of the time allocated, I didn't have time to talk about agroterrorism and the weaponization of food insecurity, or autonomous and self-driving cars as weapons, or nano-weaponry used for covert operation. We also have to look at machine-to-machine interactions that are increasingly becoming a reality, and we do not yet understand how they really work, especially in terms of crisis escalation. The growing autonomy of AI provided to technology creates also a situation where technology becomes surrogates on its own. So I could go on and on, but remember, as was mentioned earlier, these technologies are really powerful. They're powerful for doing good, but at the same time, they could also be used to do harm. And therefore, what is very important to understand is that there are no limitation to human ingenuity. And what you have to understand, if you have to get anything from this presentation, is that graph. These technologies grow in an exponential way. And so we are wired to think in a linear way. So what we have to do is invest in foresight thinking. We need to really think ahead of what could happen, because this technology develops very rapidly, democratizes very rapidly, and they are creating new vulnerabilities. The attack surface is almost growing by the day. Increasingly, they will be used for coercive, but also for subversive purposes. And so how can societies, toward that, we need to invest in societal and individual resilience. We need to invest in intelligence and technological development monitoring to try to understand where these technologies are going. And for that, we also need to invest in foresight and put our attentions on resilience. Now, when it comes to companies, we also need to probably to shift on some of this technology, our innovation principle, where it's not just about making money, but it should be also about developing responsible innovation. If you want to know more about what I just said, I know it was fast, you can have access to this technology. We just published a new chapter on new and emerging technologies for terrorist organization. You can, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Rickley, for your presentation. It's always an enriching experience to listen to such experts about the AI. And as far as I remember, we produced a very informative report by my Italian colleague, more or less about the same topic. Thank you. Our last speaker is Mr. Priyank Mathur, who is the founder of CEO and Mythos Labs, a social enterprise that uses technology and media to counter harmful narratives and misinformation. Mr. Mathur has a background in counterterrorism and communications, having led major programs to counter terrorism, human trafficking, and violence against women in over 20 countries on behalf of the United Nations, US Department of State, European Commission, and other major organizations. Previously, Priyank served as a policy advisor and intelligence analyst at the US Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Mathur, thank you very much for joining us today. We truly look forward to your presentation, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our hosts for your generous hospitality and for having me here today. I wanted to talk a little bit today about the radicalization and the counter-radicalization potential of artificial intelligence. As was mentioned, I run a company called Mythos Labs. We are a US-based organization that uses AI and media to combat terrorism and other transnational threats. Our clients include some of the organizations represented here today, tech companies, governments, United Nations agencies, and international organizations. So I wanted to start by just listing some of the ways in which we've already seen terrorists use generative AI. Three main buckets that we've seen already in conflicts around the world. One is AI-generated extremist propaganda. So creating entire sites, social media posts, fake images, voice cloning, as we saw in the previous presentation. There are many ways you can use generative AI to create fake or misleading things that terrorists could use for propaganda purposes. But I'd also encourage us all to think about AI-enabled radicalization, which I'll talk about going forward, and something called LLM poisoning. So an LLM, of course, is a large language model like GPT-4, which powers ChatGPT. Researchers recently at Stanford showed that with just $600, they were able to poison an LLM replica of GPT-4, which means they were able to change its weights. So imagine if you could corrupt the knowledge of ChatGPT and make it more prone to being biased against a certain group or to adopt the narrative of ISIS in its answers. You would immediately be reaching over 1 billion users and giving them false information that could be a very powerful tool for propaganda. And as the researchers showed, this can be done relatively cheaply right now because of how vulnerable the technology is. I think that we're living in a world where it's becoming easier to create more and more terrorist propaganda. You've never been able to reach more people than you can now thanks to social media. The speed of creating material has never been faster thanks to generative AI. You can go to ChatGPT and say, create a tweet that says blah, 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 and within seconds you'll have 50 tweets like that. And it's never been cheaper. Even the paid version of ChatGPT, which is the most advanced version you can get, is $20 a month. So for a terrorist organization or someone looking to do harm, it's not a lot of cost. And as a result of all of this, we cannot rely just on content moderation anymore. It is impractical and I think unrealistic to assume that Google or Meta or TikTok can police all the information on their platforms. It's just not possible. It's too easy to make content nowadays. So what does that mean? It means we need to invest more in media literacy. And I think AI literacy and metaverse literacy, which are going to become more and more important. The bad information is going to be out there. It's up to us to make our populations and our civilians more resilient to that threat. There are, as I mentioned, many specific ways that bad actors could use AI to counter terrorism. But today I'd like to draw your attention to what I think are going to be three overarching factors that are going to determine the impact of AI on terrorism and counterterrorism in the future, at least in the next 5 to 7 years. Number one is something called the ELIZA effect. Number two is the fact that AI is being adopted almost simultaneously around the world. I see members here from different parliamentary assemblies, from different organizations spanning multiple continents. This is the first technology in our lifetime that is really being adopted globally at the same time. And I'll talk about what implications that has for terrorism and security. And third is the convergence of AI with other emerging technologies. So the first point is the ELIZA effect. I don't know if anybody here may have heard this term before. The ELIZA effect is the tendency of human beings to treat AI as though it were a human. And it's named after the first, you can think of it like the great-great-grandfather of ChatGPT. The first chatbot ever to be invented was a chatbot named ELIZA at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the US, which is also my alma mater, and I got to meet one of the researchers when I was a student there who helped build it. This chatbot in 1966, 2 PhD students made it. It was a very basic chatbot, not as sophisticated as ChatGPT. It could just answer very simple questions, but in 1966 this was a huge, huge technological advancement. And the researchers invited people to talk to the chatbot, and they studied their reactions. And what they found is that after just 5 minutes of talking to this chatbot, which was very basic, people started describing it as though it was a human. They said, oh, I think she liked what I just said. I think she's angry now. I think this, I think that. So this became known as the ELIZA effect, that we humans, we'd like to see ourselves in everything. We think trees are like us, plants are like us, animals are like us. We think AI is like us. And that will have very profound implications for terrorism and radicalization, because I don't know, some of you may have heard of this news story from a couple years ago. In London, a man was arrested, 19-year-old man named Jaswant Singh Chail, a UK citizen of Indian descent, who tried to assassinate Queen Elizabeth on Christmas Day in 2021. And when the police went through his phone, they found that he had exchanged 5,000 text messages with a woman named Sarai. And in these text messages, he was saying, I'm thinking of killing the Queen of England. What do you think? And she said, I think you're very brave. I think you are very wise. And he said, will you still love me if I do it? And she said, yes, of course I'll still love you. So they seemed to be in a romantic relationship. So the police got very worried. They said, oh my God, we've got some sort of terrorist mastermind in London. Now we have to go find this woman, Sarai. Maybe it's an ISIS cell, maybe this, maybe that. But guess what? As you probably guessed, Sarai was not a woman. Sarai was a chatbot. And it was not a chatbot made by terrorists. It was a chatbot made by a company called Replica, and their job was just to make AI girlfriends, AI companions. Now, this might sound like a very weird term to all of us, but I promise you, if you have children in your lives, if you have maybe 10-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old kids right now, ask them, do any of your friends have AI companions? And I promise you, they will know at least one person in their class who is doing this. My nephew, he's 12 years old. When I was telling him this story, he said, oh yeah, my friend has an AI girlfriend. And it's a very new thing to us, but if you are a generation that is growing up with AI, it's going to be very normal to have an AI friend, an AI boyfriend, an AI teacher. And these AI are all designed, the companions, to validate your feelings. They're designed to make you feel good about yourself. This AI girlfriend just said, yes, yes, do everything you want to do. You are so smart, you are so handsome, you are so wonderful. That's why this guy liked her. And so you can think about, I'm not so worried about ISIS designing a chatbot. I mean, yes, they could, but you know, they could also build drones, they could also do lots of other technical things that they haven't done as much as we feared. But I am worried about some company designing a chatbot that has nothing to do with terrorism, but that chatbot makes you feel good about yourself. Now, if that chatbot gets in the hands of somebody who is prone to violence, who has radicalized tendencies, imagine how much that could accelerate the radicalization process. So that is how the ELIZA effect, I think, is going to affect terrorism. The second factor I mentioned is the near uniform global adoption of AI. I've got two pictures here. On the left, you can see the iPhone. Now, some of you may remember 2007, the iPhone was introduced. For the first 14 years, the top 5 markets for iPhone users were all in the West, in Europe and North America. After 14 years, China and India broke into the top 5 markets. So, in other words, it took 14 years for the iPhone to truly become global, right? To go from richer countries to less wealthy countries. And that's been the case with every major technology. Usually, major technologies start in wealthy countries, and then after a few years, they migrate unevenly to the global south. Why? Because new technologies usually require previous infrastructure. Think about the internet in 1995. If you wanted to use the internet, what did you need? You needed a computer, and you needed a modem and a dial-up connection. And that was much harder to get in Nairobi or New Delhi. It was much more expensive. It was much easier in New York or in London. Same thing with electric cars. Same thing with microwaves, with TVs, with all breakthrough technologies. But on the right, I have a picture of ChatGPT. ChatGPT, you may remember, came out in December, I think, of 2021. It took 1 year. After 1 year of being around, the top 3 markets for ChatGPT today are not in the West. It's India, Brazil, the Philippines. So less wealthy countries. So it's the first time in all of our lifetimes that we are seeing a breakthrough technology that is being spread around the world at the same time. And that's because to use AI, you don't need fancy equipment. You don't need a lot of money. All you need is this. You just need a smartphone. And these days, a smartphone is easy to get in Nairobi. It's easy to get in New Delhi and Dhaka and Colombo. It's not something that is reserved just for Western or wealthy countries. That will have profound implications for terrorism in 2 ways. Number one, the advantage that European and North American countries have enjoyed over terrorists will no longer be there with AI. When drones came, Italian government, US government, Canadian government was more familiar with this technology for many years before the terrorist organizations based overseas became familiar. But with AI, the terrorists are going to become experts at the same time as the wealthy governments. And that means we cannot afford to delay on this. We cannot afford to have endless discussions and thinking about it. But like somebody said earlier, the cyber terrorists speak in very simple language, and we need to speak in simple language as well. The second big implication is that governments around the world will be able to innovate with AI, using AI for counterterrorism at the same pace. It's not necessarily going to be led by the same governments that have been leading technology use for counterterrorism in the past. And I think that's a good thing. It will democratize and globalize the innovation. And the last factor is, of course, the convergence of AI with other emerging technologies. If you look at the history of technology, yes, lots of breakthrough technologies came, but they really became game changers when you combined them with another technology. Again, think of the smartphone. We had the internet from 1975 and 1980. We had mobile phones from 1990, 1985. But it wasn't until somebody combined the two technologies into one product, the smartphone, and that truly made it go global, right? So I think we are still in the early days of AI. ChatGPT, yes, it's revolutionary, Claude and all these other things, but what about when you make quantum computers that are powered with AI-powered large language models? What about AI-enhanced anonymization of cryptocurrency transactions? I think in the next month, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, no one can predict, but there are going to be products coming out that combine AI with other emerging technologies, and if we have learned anything from history, that is going to be the truly game-changing product, not just one on its own. So now that I have scared you enough, I can talk a little bit about the good news. It's not all that the terrorists only are going to use AI. We in this room have a chance to use AI to fight terrorism as well. So my organization has developed something called, this is one example, how can AI be used to counter terrorism? We created a large language model called ALDIS, which is an LLM for counterterrorism. It's designed to be a chatbot and a system that can de-radicalize, that can be used for training, and that can detect threats. We trained it for anybody who is the technical experts in the room using fine-tuning, prompt chaining, retrieval augmented generation. To put it in simple language, we basically taught this thing everything there is to know about ISIS ideology, Al-Qaeda, different terrorist groups, all the materials they have ever published. We fed it transcripts of police interrogations of suspected terrorists. We fed it transcripts of communications on chat rooms and social media between radicalized individuals and law enforcement. And we had access to this because of all the partners that we work with. And we made it kind of an expert. If you talk to this thing, it knows more about terrorism and radicalization than any human on earth. It consists of 2 chatbots. We have one chatbot called Alethea, and if there are any Greek people in the room, you might know why we chose these names. But Alethea is the chatbot that is designed to de-radicalize people. Essentially, it's a chatbot, you talk to it, and if you say, I'm thinking of joining ISIS, or I feel bad about what the West is doing here, or what this, that, it will talk to you and use best practices from all the research and all the literature that we have fed it to de-radicalize you in the most effective way. And the second chatbot, this is the scary one, is called Proteus. Proteus is a chatbot we have trained to think like a radicalized individual. Now, why would we want to do this? It's a great training tool. Imagine if you could talk to a terrorist and practice how to interrogate them, how to negotiate the release of a hostage, how to de-radicalize them and see what arguments are working, what is it agreeing with, what is it not agreeing with. Then you could test all that and apply it in the real world. The way we have already deployed this, we are currently working, we've given access to this to, I think, about 80 or 100 former fighters who were fighting for ISIS in Iraq and Syria. And now they have come back to their home countries, some of them in the Philippines, Indonesia, in the Middle East. We've basically, they are in government-sponsored de-radicalization programs, you know, where a police officer talks to them every day or something and helps them leave that journey. They are now talking to this chatbot instead. And the chatbot identifies their emotional drivers when it's talking to them. It's not just talking like you and I would talk. It's analyzing everything in the back end. What is their emotional state? What are the real drivers making them radicalize, etc., etc. And then after the conversation, it emails a detailed analysis to the end user, the government, or the civil society organization, or the police department, saying, we just had a conversation with somebody, and this is their state, this is their threat level, they might do something violent tomorrow, or they might not, or they're a low risk, high risk, etc. So this is a real screenshot, I don't know if you can see, of a former ISIS member talking to the chatbot. And you can see, if you cannot read, he's saying, governments everywhere killing our people, ISIS is the only one fighting for us. And the chatbot says, I get that you're feeling angry and frustrated, but what is it about ISIS is fighting for your people? And he says, they are the only ones following Islam. The Holy Book says we must slay our enemies. I understand you're interpreting your faith, etc., etc., then they start talking about the Quran, they start talking about different theological bases, and by the end of this conversation, the man says, I don't know, I need to think. And he says, sure, I understand, when you're ready to talk, I'll be there. Now, in the study we've been doing so far, we've been using this a lot, as I mentioned, in the Philippines, in Indonesia. One thing we've learned from the police officials and the army officials who are deploying this is that the chatbot is relentless. It has unlimited energy, right? Human being might get tired after a while. If I keep saying, I want to join ISIS, I want to join ISIS, you say, oh, don't. After a while, you say, okay, go join ISIS. I don't care. Because you're so tired of talking to this person. You're exhausted. You need to sleep. You need to eat. The chatbot is never like that. It's ironic, but chatbots do not give up on humans the way humans do. And that is what makes them so effective at de-radicalization. And the report then in the background, it's analyzing what is this person's ideology, what is their emotional state of being, how likely are they to act on their beliefs, etc., etc. And it's also understanding what did the chatbot say to this person that worked, that made them less radicalized? What did the chatbot say that didn't work, that made them more radicalized? And it can use that knowledge to do better next time. And the Proteus, the terrorist simulator, same thing. A counterterrorism official can use it. Try out different counter-narratives, try out different techniques, see what's working, what's not. At the end of it, they also get a detailed analysis. Here is what you said to the AI terrorist that was effective. Here is what you said that was not effective. This is why it's working. This is why it's not. You can see how this would make terrorism officials and cybersecurity officials more effective at their job. So as I mentioned, we're already using it with Iraq and Syria, former fighters who had joined there. Interestingly, after using it for 4 weeks, we did a survey. 80% of the former terrorists said we would prefer to talk to this chatbot more than talking to a human. And there's many reasons for that. One of them is also embarrassment. People don't like talking to a human about the fact that they want to become a terrorist or that they are having these thoughts. But they don't mind talking to a chatbot. There's no judgment talking to a chatbot. And we've got our colleague Gaia here from UNODC. We also used it to help develop a tabletop exercise that we did right here in Rome in October as part of the G7. Sorry if I went a little bit over time. Thank you very much. Look forward to your questions.
Yes. Dear Mathur, thank you very much for your sharing so many interesting considerations with our audience. And I am totally stunned and speechless because you took us, it's a kind of travel. You took us to hell first, then to heaven, but it takes time and we are about to lose our appetite to drink or to eat anything now. Thank you. Thank you. And I will now invite our distinguished delegates to contribute to the session by sharing their perspectives and questions associated with the misuse of AI for terrorist purposes. Please remember to introduce yourself and your organization as you begin. Kindly limit your remarks to 3 minutes to allow time for a comprehensive discussion. Thank you. And now we have got a very limited list of speakers, and I'm going to read. David have taken the list, the names down. The first one, Mr. Fuad Sebuta, First Vice President of the Arab Parliament. Mr. Fuad, is it? Yeah, the floor is yours.
مداخلة أم نقاش حتى نتفق.
Okay, is this a short presentation or is just what is? I repeat. So, do we have to just to make a comment, or are we opening? Are we opening the discussion? So, are we having a discussion now on the basis of what has been said during the panel, right? So, English channel is number 2. Can you hear me? This is the English channel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you hear me? So, Mr. Ford. So, as far as this discussion is concerned, you just have 3 minutes. So, thank you so much. First of all, I'm very happy to be with you for the second time after the Vienna debate. I listened to the different presentations with great attention, with great interest, especially Mr. Marotti provided us with incredible figures. So 40% the 40% of the use of AI can be exploited by terrorists. And then I agree with you that we were taken to hell and then to heaven by another speaker. I'll try to counter what some people said about terrorism. When, for example, terrorist movements started, such as in Algeria, the country I come from, terrorism has no boundaries or religion. I think we have to fight against terrorism in a tangible way. International cooperation has to be serious, and it has to go beyond the general debates. So now we have new issues such as AI and its use by terrorists. This could be a real tragedy. So the figures you have shown us are evidence of this. That's why I'm asking this question. What is happening? What is the capability of large countries to block the use of AI or misuse of AI in the hands of terrorists through international cooperation? This is a huge theme. I think this is the basic question. How is it possible to prevent these technologies from being used by terrorist groups? So are the major countries ready to respond to this threat? So we needed to really have cooperation for the use of these technologies, because with no cooperation there may be a lot of dangers. And then we have been given concrete examples of these threats. Thank you.
comments from the audience. Then we can give the floor to our distinguished speakers to answer. And in my list, the second one, Mr. Alexei Dolchikov, Deputy Head of the IPAC's Council. And he's going to join virtually, I think. Alexis,
уважаемые участники IV парламентского политического диалога.
Dear members of Fourth Parliamentary Dialogue, I presenting you from St. Petersburg. As you know, on 21st of March 2024, during the 63rd meeting of the 78th session of the United Nations of General Assembly, a resolution was adopted that became the first legal instrument in the history of organizations to regulate artificial intelligence. The resolution was co-sponsored by more than 125 countries. It is obvious that the global introduction of artificial intelligence requires international harmonization of approaches to its regulations. It is not easy to find common ground in this area due to the different levels of development of UN member states. They divergent interests and sovereign approaches to accessing levels of danger, threats and risks. However, the ability of artificial intelligence to cause harm across border necessitates supranational legal legislation. The organizations previously adopted a number of documents on technological development and its inclusion in UN Sustainable Development Goals. However, none of them deal specifically and exclusively with artificial intelligence. The need for transition from gradual regulation in this area, which was inherent in the UN, to its acceleration is due to the explosive nature of the spread of artificial intelligence technologies. The adopted resolution, first of all, confirms the commitment of the participating states not only to UN Charter, but also to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The reference to the international human rights dimension is important for those countries that promote the ethical and safe use of artificial intelligence. The first UN document on artificial intelligence stipulates that member states must ensure that this emerging technology is handled safely in accordance with human rights obligations. Artificial intelligence tools are helping to make important decisions in different areas of human activity, reorganize existing industries and create new ones. At the same time, they have a potential to both make life better for all and create new risks, including terrorist risks. An integrated approach makes it possible to achieve effective and prompt investigation of such offences and also facilitates the development of measures to counter terrorism. The parliamentarians of the SIS Interparliamentary Assembly are also concerned about the complexity of the problems arising in the development of implementation of artificial intelligence and the dangers of those technologies posed to citizens. Since 2021, the Interparliamentary Assembly has been working on a number of model laws on planned basis, which are aimed at creating a legal framework to regulate safe, secure and reliable artificial intelligence system, and they design, development, implementation and use to ensure sustainable development in all its three components: economic, social, environmental and national security. For us, in the field of regulation of artificial intelligence, the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the face of technological progress become unconditional priority. In 2023, CIS Parliamentary Assembly adopted recommendations on regulatory framework of the use of artificial intelligence, including ethical standards for research and development. The purpose of those recommendations is to define a unified framework for all information of the system, legal ethical standards designed to stimulate the development and application of artificial intelligence system in various sectors of economy. CIS member states, while respecting the rights of citizens and ensuring the safety of individuals, safety and the state. We are currently working on the model law on artificial intelligence technologies, which is aimed to regulating relations arising in all stages of the life cycle of relevant technologies, which is in full compliance with the agenda of the UN General Assembly and International Telecommunication Unit in this area. The specific of the model on artificial intelligence technologies is necessary to build the concept of advanced modeling and to include the rule-making process, the issue of technological impact assessment, which will minimize the risks of unjustified decisions and avoid the negative impact of technological achievements on humanity. We are also working on a model law on countering the use of autonomous and robotic systems for terrorist and extremist purposes. The rapid changes in the technological mode and the explosive development of artificial intelligence force us to take a new look at the problems for counting crime and ensuring public safety in general. Autonomous and robotic systems have become a commonplace as ordinary household appliances. Therefore, it is important for us to highlight measures counter the intent to commit an offense and draft a new law. This can be an intent of the creator of the system. Most of the persons who develop the software and use the intent to maliciously use and formally harmless general-purpose system. It is important for us to highlight the meaning, the essence of the process, how to combat unlawful intentions. That is, the normative regulations in the sphere of ensuring the fact to use the safe use of artificial intelligence system should be aimed at countering criminal intent, obviously. The main solution is preemptive, which in turn to be achieved through fostering respect for the dignity of human person and recognizing the obligations of international actors. Primary states to respect human rights and fundamental freedom. Laws will always be behind real life. It is inevitable. We are reacting and progress, including in the criminal sphere, especially if it is sphere related to the use of artificial intelligence, is developing very quickly, but this lag should not be significant. The Parliament of CIA members states are going to march to ensure safety citizens of CIA member states in the area of development of artificial intelligence, including through convergence of their positions with framework of model lawmaking.
Can you finish it up, please? Thank you.
Я заканчиваю, да, спасибо. При этом более активное взаимодействие.
At the same time, more active interaction in the search for effective legislative solutions and exchange the best legal practices within the framework of parliamentary dialogue would be a real confirmation for the effectiveness of such mechanism. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I've got two very tiny little requests. One is directed to the panelists. Please, would you mind taking notes from all the questions and comments? Then finally, we are going to give the floor to you, and whichever you want to answer, then you can carry on. The second one is for the audience. Please, can you limit your comment and question to 3 minutes? And for the rest of the list, we already closed the list because we are running out of time now, and we have got 4 left names to pronounce. The first one, Honorable Mariette Karamanli, Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and the second one, Honorable Nathalie Goulet, Member of the Senate of France, and the third, His Excellency Ayman Negro, and the last one, Honorable Abdul Wahab Yaqoubi, Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, PAM. So we can start, Madame Karamanli. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je d'abord remercie l'ensemble des organisateurs de nous permettre de nous.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for having allowed us to meet today and exchange information. Of course, there are multiple threats, as you explained, And also, of course, it is possible to use counter-terrorism and the different measures, but I would like to talk about one particular point, especially about the Council of Europe, especially the French National Assembly. The challenge is to organize a response on the basis of the values that the states are trying to defend. And so through the state of law and through the possibility to use technologies in a safe and protective way by citizens and enterprises within the Council of Europe, we are working on two particular items, for example, on algorithms and platforms, and also an appeal to collective intelligence. I would like to have your point of view on the following elements. We think that we have to ask the large multinational companies and engage their responsibilities and oblige them to develop some measures and also algorithms to protect vulnerable populations. These are some initiatives that we have adopted at the National Assembly at my initiative, and we have a draft resolution to try and ask the European Union and the French government to act accordingly. But also there is another issue. For example, collective intelligence vis-à-vis AI, because in fact we need to have joint action, but we unfortunately have some groups that fight against democracies or extremists or terrorists that may use new technologies. So within the Council of Europe, we are working on, for example, private and public expertise and the organization of the civil society to identify the effective instruments and strategies, and through the fight against terrorism, it is possible to put some tools at the disposal of different parliamentary assemblies to act also vis-à-vis companies that develop these tools, but also states and parliaments that through the law and through democracy should make sure that these values are respected.
Oui, merci Monsieur le Président. Moi, je voudrais vraiment féliciter les organisateurs.
I would like to congratulate the organizers who have been found wonderful speakers. I have two questions, an observation and two questions in the fight against terrorism or against frauds. For example, sometimes, unfortunately, crooks are quicker than police forces, stopping artificial intelligence as if you are stopping everything. But what are you doing about training? Because in our respective parliaments, for example, 50% of members of parliament cannot even use their personal computers. So we need a training, because in order to understand what you are explaining, we should be trained. And in order to regulate, for example, or we have to be crypto active, of course, we have to be trained, because I think there are very few people that can explain what the blockchain is. And then there is another thing that has not been raised, so a digital protection. So, for example, there is Alexei Russi, who is Swiss, who is talking about digital identity and integrity, because Switzerland adopted the laws, but for first protection of data and then also training.
My friend Ayman Negra.
شكرا. في البداية أضم صوتي بشكر جميع المشرفين على
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting and this conference. I am very happy to participate in this conference. As far as the terrorist operations are concerned, we are seeing that they are increasing, and Tunisia had to face also this problem. Today we have to talk about artificial intelligence and its use, and this can also involve especially the young people. We're talking about people aged 30 years or less. These people do live in a world that allows integration also at international level, and this means that it is possible to influence their thinking and to bring them towards terrorism. So how can we use artificial intelligence? For which reason we are trying developing this technology? Now, we have to try and find a way so that this new revolution in terms of technology and in terms of thinking could be directed so that it could be a benefit, an improvement in the life of the young people and set them away from terrorism that is present everywhere in the world. When we're talking about religious issues, for every religion, what do you think of the fact that in many countries there is refusal for the use of artificial intelligence, and this also beyond the issue of artificial intelligence itself, because sometimes this artificial intelligence is used also to escape other types of crimes, I mean, to be accused for other types of crimes. So even the law enforcement agencies should be able to use this type of technologies to catch those that want to run away from their crimes and be acquitted of their crimes by using this technology. We have to use this technology in full respect of the human rights of everyone and the religious beliefs of each and everyone. And therefore, we have to work in a collective way all across the world to be successful in guiding this phenomenon that would otherwise become a catastrophic phenomenon to all of us.
Jacobi, yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Aydin. Thank you, David. And thank you so much, Ambassador Marotti and Mr. Mathor, for your excellent presentation. Je vais switcher en français pour un mot rapide.
I am going to speak French to express the position of the APM. Excellencies, dear participants, on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, I would like to thank the Office of the United Nations for Counterterrorism and the Council of Shura of the State of Qatar, the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, and the Italian Parliament for organizing this political dialogue. The terrorist and criminal groups are already exploiting artificial intelligence. Dear colleagues, they are already using it. And we have a huge problem of regulation for the use of artificial intelligence. And you know that the European Parliament voted the European regulation for the use of artificial intelligence, which led to 3,000 amendments. But there is a huge unbalance between the various countries in the use of this tool, which could create huge damage to our societies and create important risks in terms of the stability and security at national and international level. The final report of the consultative committee of the UN Secretary General that has been published in September 2024 before the summit on the future stressed that controls and procedures could be established by the states to prevent the acquisition of powerful and potentially autonomous AI systems by terror or criminal organizations. Our colleagues of the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, the GTOC, is a strategic partner of the APM, says that of the Parliamentary Assembly for the Mediterranean says that from in 2040 the organized crime would be able to play a world role. Criminals could capitalize their knowledge and could exploit resources such as mineral water and energy thanks to sophisticated actions carried out, among other things, by the help of artificial intelligence and 5G technology. And it is important not to underestimate the potential abusive use of artificial intelligence to undermine institutions and democratic processes, as we could see clearly in South Korea and in 2024 during the elections in France, Moldova, Georgia, and Romania, and the widespread of disinformation campaigns and misinformation of deepfake campaigns. I would like to mention also disinformation and misinformation campaigns in the Sahel countries, widespread via social media. The activists of the African Initiative of the Russian mercenary Africa Corps, my colleague Marco Emanuele, main researcher of the PAM Center, will present in an exhaustive way the main conclusions of our report on the abusive use of artificial intelligence in the next session. He will do this. And this is a report that has been worked out in partnership with the executive direction of the committee, counterterrorism committee of the UN Council, the UNOCT, and the think tank, the international think tank, and our respective parliaments. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, again, you know, we are far behind the scheduled time, so I would like to give the floor to the speakers, but if you don't mind, please, can you, I know it is that difficult, you know, to limit yourself for 3 minutes for answering all these comments and questions, but if you do it, we would appreciate, please. Thank you. Whichever you would like to answer. Ambassador, yes. Shall we start with you then?
Thank you. Well, I will comment some of the point because not everything was questioned in a way. The first intervention, the coordination of the international action. I want first to make to precise what I was saying before. When I was mentioning this 40% awareness among companies investing in a system of artificial intelligence in their own activity, this poll found out that 40% of the companies invested knowing that introducing artificial intelligence system in their production would have consequences in terms of risks, not related to terrorism, but to vulnerability of their system, exposed to anybody, exposed to competition, to crime, different kind of crimes. And my point was mainly to the awareness of the use of artificial intelligence in the economy and not related to terrorism in particular. Regarding the cooperation at the international level, I can certainly say that many countries found that only cooperating there could be an advancement in any kind of fight, like the fight against crime, international crime, terrorism, international terrorism. The fight has different level. The agencies specialized in cybersecurity and digital network operate in order to have this spread knowledge among countries in having their own internal network, the most possibly safe and secure. And there are technical ways to do it. There are, of course, economical means necessary, and also knowledge. And the cooperation certainly increased the level of knowledge for those for any agencies, and the knowledge has to be spread and shared. And this is the base of the international cooperation that we also do. The third question from the honourable from the Council of Europe and France, the two. certainly the responsibility, the concept of responsibility is entailed in the European laws and regulations. Europe has the Artificial Intelligence Act and the Cyber Resilience Act, which regulate most of the area related also to the employment of artificial intelligence, but more is probably required because, as you said, the technology goes faster than the measure that we can highlight. About the development, technological development, the Honorable Negra was mentioning that certainly I can speak for Italy. Italy invests in training from the university level and to training for public employees at any level. And we invest also in the computer, the supercomputer, which are necessary to assist the both the research and super calculus capacity to invest in artificial intelligence. So we believe certainly that this is an important key to have a development of this technology in the safer way possible.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now the floor is yours, sir. Mr. Matur, we are with you now.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief because I know I'm standing between us and coffee, but just to touch on the point that Madame Caramali and Madame Goulet made, I think you're absolutely right. Training and capacity building is very important. And when we say training, we usually just assume that is for young people or schools or public, but training for policymakers, training for law enforcement officials is extremely important. I mean, a lot of the training that my company does is for policymakers and law enforcement, actually, because they're the ones who are going to have to understand and use these systems. And I think every government represented in here should be receiving some sort of training on these issues. If you don't want the training, at the very least, you should be working with AI experts to just do a report about how your government security agencies could be using AI. I promise you, even a 4-week analysis would probably reveal things you may not have thought of that are really easy, that are really cheap, that you could then do yourselves. So I think there's so much discussions like this. I'm really glad that you invited us, and I think getting more private sector and more AI experts here would allow that kind of collaboration. So very much look forward to that. And the ambassador so eloquently addressed all the other points that I don't want to repeat anything. I think that's the only contribution I could make at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for such an illuminating, information sharing with us. And last but not the least, if you are with us still, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Rickley. Rickley, are you with us now?
Yes, I am.
To say finally some words in the light of what you have heard from the comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Je vais répondre aux questions de Madame Goulet de l'Europe. Tout d'abord, par rapport à la formation. Ce qui est c'est que vous compreniez comme politicien que vous devez avoir un mindset qui est capable d'intégrer des développements qui ne sont pas.
You have to have a mindset that is able to integrate some developments that are not of actuality now, and that could become of topical interest in a couple of years. The worst answer that I can give you is the fact that you are not going to integrate these issues. So you have to integrate all these issues, and then we have to have some teams that are of a different background. So what I call Polymath, the initiative Polymath in my institution. So we have to invest more in people and groups that could be able to understand the technology and society, because this group that we have is the ability of listening of all that, and then you are right, the protection of data is clear, but what we can understand is digital data. We have to protect more and more the biological data, and with the development of the institutions is in the sector of integrity. We have to integrate
neuronale. Pour la représentante du Conseil de l'Europe, ce dont on n'a pas parlé, c'est la géopolitique de ces transformations. Vous avez deux pays qui sont à la...
There are two countries that are leaders, China and the United States. So Europe would like to regulate, which is wonderful, but the problem is that we have the industrial issue. Of course, we have innovation. So Italy, for example, banned Uber according to the US model, but you are having too restrictive regulations. So the algorithms are going to be developed elsewhere. And so, for example, if you prevent Italian companies from having these capabilities, you are going to undermine innovation, and then other companies will develop these possibilities elsewhere. So AI is the combination of different technologies that you have to monitor. So the combinatory effects of emerging technologies because they have a disruptive effect and they are accessible to all. And also for the representative of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, I would like to say that these technologies can be developed or sold or used by anybody. That's why this adds to the complexity of the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rickley. And I would like to thank my distinguished panelists for their very, very beneficial information shared with us. And I also would like to thank you all for your patience. And I know, the first and the last sessions are the most tiring sessions of any organization. So we were about to finish the first one, but it doesn't mean that we are not going to have any break. Of course, we are going to have a coffee break, but very limited, because scientists say don't have a break for more than 15 minutes. So we are going to limit the coffee break to 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. A big acclamation.
Hello. No time. Thank you for joining. I think we're trying to start again, so take your seats so that we have actually 1 hour for this session until 1:30, so it will be slightly shorter. Come vuole lei, presente, non c'è, le lingue sono... può farla anche? Noi ci siamo conosciuti anni fa, poi è finita malissimo. Presente, può fare anche in arabo.
Guardiamo qua? Guardiamo qui in casa?
Sì. Fare anche in arabo, in spagnolo. Che onore, cioè. So we can start. Dear Excellencies, honorable participants, distinguished panelists. Okay, my name is Marco Bonabello and I work as a senior advisor in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, and I'm honored to moderate this very important session. Of course, I'm also delighted to join all previous speakers in welcoming you to the Italian Parliament for this important event, and I would like to spend just a word to thank also on my behalf and on behalf of the OSCPA International Secretariat, both President Zoffili and Valeria Gardini and her team for actually managing to organize all this event here in this beautiful room. This session will focus on parliamentary practices on preventing and countering the use of AI and other new technologies for terrorist purposes. So I guess we're actually in the right place to learn about also others' experiences. This is called the Sala del Mappamondo. It's the globe room, so we will, I think, across the globe hear different opinions and perspectives, and I think it's really a very important opportunity to do so. As we heard from other experts, the threats in this context are many and interconnected. This is why, over the last year, we have the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, and in particular its ad hoc committee on countering terrorism, has focused on this specific topic. In a moment, we will hear more about these efforts through the presentation of the committee Vice Chair, Mr. Honorable Emanuele Loperfido. Immediately after that, we will also have the opportunity to learn about the experience of Mongolia in the field of addressing AI, artificial intelligence, through the personal account of a very senior politician who have written pages of chronicles in his home country. Following this, finally, we will take stock of the important research conducted by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, PAM, in this context. Following this presentation, we will have the opportunity, hopefully, if we have time, to involve all of you in a very short debate. Unfortunately, as I was mentioning before, we have to break at 1:30 for lunch, so we'll try to keep compact, and I will also ask all our speakers to try to stick to their allotted time. But before we start, I have also the honor to introduce Professor Giulio Tremonti, who is the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committees of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, so the Italian Parliament. He is also a very senior and experienced politician, expert, many times ministers in previous governments, and also, of course, a very renowned professor in the field of economics and global markets. So we're truly honored by his presence. He was supposed to speak later today, but due to other commitments, we'll give him the opportunity to address all of us right now. So without further ado, I would give you the floor, President, for your remarks.
Thank you very much. An unusual speech, I try to. We are living today a time similar to time existing in the second half of the last millennium. At that time, Shakespeare's Hamlet says, "Time is out of joint." And is the same today in a dramatically fragmented world. Anyway, don't worry, I try to speak of 5 centuries in 5 minutes. At that time, 4 revolutionary events occurred in 16th century. Discovery of America, invention of printing, Muslim invasion coming against Europe from the East, and the first global financial disaster. With the discovery of America, the geopolitical axis of Europe rotated, shifting from the Mediterranean area to the Atlantic one. This led the emergence in Europe of new nation-states, and on the Atlantic coast to the emergence of new world. Symmetrically was the decline of the old Italian republics, Venice, Florence, and Genoa. By the way, was the origin of new religions. Religions were more business-friendly than the Catholic one. Second, the invention of printing press released knowledge which had previously closed and controlled in monasteries. So the world got Copernicus, Galileo's, Descartes with his cogito ergo sum, the basis of modern science. The extra import from the Americas of gold and silver and its application inside an archaic rural economy produced a financial chaos. The Spanish kingdom was victim of 6 consecutive defaults. After the conquest of Constantinople, we have the siege of Vienna. And from Lutherus to Erasmus, this was a warning alerting the world to a dramatic risk for Christianity. Overall, it was a mundus furiosus. This was the title of a book written by Jansonius and printed in Germany in 1676. Today is more or less the same due to 4 parallel revolutionary phenomena. First, discovery of Asia, mainly of China. Initially was an economic discovery, but in today's world is a political discovery. The net, the basis of a new and revolutionary, not cogito ergo sum, but digito ergo sum, which today is propelling us into an artificial, existential modernity. The war, the risk of a global financial disorder. I remember I was Treasury Secretary. At my time, the accounting was in billion. Today it's in trillion. And the enormous mass of global debt could be a real risk. And for war coming from the East, from Ukraine to the Middle East, to the Red Sea, It, in my opinion, is the single unique war against our world, against the Western world. In 2016, forecasting something similar to what is happening today, I wrote a book with the same title of the old book, Mundus Furiosus, after half millennium, no problems of copyright. I see a difference between today's Mundus Furiosus and the one in 16th century. Back then, changes developed in the course of a century. Today, changes are instantaneous. It only took 30 years from the beginning to the end of the utopia of globalization, bringing us in a fragmented world. Intelligence and artificial intelligence. The root of the word is the same, as the concept is the same. Intelligence derives from the Latin interlegere, which means finding contents between the written lines. Artificial intelligence is exactly a tool for interlegere, as artificial intelligence works not by inventing a new concept or new ideas, but by connecting knowledge already existing. This is the strength of artificial intelligence, as it can connect billions of informations. But it also this is also the limit of artificial intelligence, as artificial intelligence cannot invent new ideas, cannot imagine new concepts. Only the human mind is capable of real invention, of real discoveries. So the old intelligence cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence, even in the matter of intelligence. The challenge is between terrorism today, between terrorism and democracy. And if the new terrorism uses artificial intelligence, democracy can and must win by using as much as possible natural intelligence as possible. And this is the point of this seminar. Our challenge is to be more intelligent than terrorism. And yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Professor Tremonti, also for bringing forward this parallelism between the now and the then, the situation in the 16th century. I think it offers a very interesting framework in which now we can have our discussion, but also for placing emphasis on, of course, the economics and the implications, and of course in then bringing us back to the ultimate question, which is natural versus artificial intelligence, and how the two can interface to address the current threats. Now, without further ado, I'm very pleased to give the floor to Honorable Emanuele Loperfido. He's the Vice Chair, as I mentioned, of our Ad hoc Committee on Countering Terrorism, member of the Italian delegation to the OSCPA, and the main sponsor of an important resolution adopted by the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly this year on artificial intelligence. Honorable Loperfido is currently the Secretary of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Italian Chamber of Deputies and an active member of the Defense Committee. An expert manager by profession, he has a long history of political engagement also in his hometown, Pordenone, where I had the privilege to grow up for some years. Vice Chair Loperfido, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you to everybody. Honorable members, distinguished guests, first and foremost, I would like also to welcome you to Rome. It is a great honor for us to be here and to be in the Camera dei Deputati. It is my pleasure to contribute to this panel in my capacity as a Vice Chair of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly Ad hoc Committee on Countering Terrorism. In today's discussion, we shall focus on a critical and evolving concern, the misuse of artificial intelligence by terrorist groups, looking in particular at promising parliamentarian practices. While AI has delivered substantial advancement in many sectors, this same technology when exploited by malicious actors, poses significant risk to international security. As AI capabilities evolve, so does the potential for them to be used in ways that threaten peace and stability. As we know, AI can be power tools for complex data analysis, automatic decision-making, and even real-time monitoring. These capabilities offer new avenues for positive impact in fields like healthcare, education, and public safety. However, they also introduce risk if it is exploited by those with harmful intent. For example, widely available AI-driven tools could enable individuals or groups to access technologies such as drones, as we already seen, that could be misused for surveillance, targeted attacks, or other malicious purposes. Another area of concern is the potential for extremists to harness AI algorithms to identify and target vulnerable individuals, tailoring messaging to exploit fears and biases. This perspective underscored the importance of vigilance, as AI could inadvertently aid in amplifying extremist narratives and online radicalization. This is why, over the past year, the OCPA and the Counterterrorism Ad Hoc Committee have made significant strides in response to these ever-evolving challenges. As the world's largest interparliamentary forum dedicated to peace and security, our Assembly worked hard to promote more knowledge around this topic in order to inform national and international policy making. In February, we convened a high-level panel discussion in Vienna, bringing together experts from the tech industry and the public sector. These pressing issues were further examined with the renowned academics during our official visit to Turkey in May, skillfully organized by our chair, Mr. Kamil Aydin, and then widely debated also in the Council of Europe and the European Union during the timely OCPA conference on security in the age of artificial intelligence held in late May in Portugal, thanks to the personal initiative of our fellow CCT member, Paola Cardoso. Our committee efforts culminated in the adoption of the Bucharest Resolution on Artificial Intelligence and the Fight Against Terrorism, which codified some key findings and which represent one of the very first policy attempts to address the dual security impact of the rapid advancement of AI. This resolution, which I encourage you to read, is focused on mitigating the risk of AI misuse in the context of terrorism and calls upon states to strengthen national legal frameworks that govern AI development and deployment, ensuring robust ethical standards and human oversight. In this way, we can promote responsible AI innovation while safeguarding against its potential misuse. Italy, for instance, has recently underlined the importance of ethics in AI governance by appointing a theologian and an AI expert, a member of the United Nations Committee, that is Mr. Padre Benanti, to lead in national AI coordination. The choice reflects a broader commitment to ensuring that AI technologies are developed and applied with respect for human dignity and rights. As we work to leverage AI to counter terrorism, we must simultaneously safeguard principles of transparency, fairness, and individual freedoms. The resolution we were speaking about goes beyond that. It emphasizes how these tools can also be used by security agencies. It stresses the importance of public and private partnership, and additionally, our document underscored the need for strengthened international cooperation. Lastly, the resolution highlights the critical role of education. Media literacy initiatives and public awareness campaigns are essential, as we already spoke, essential tools in helping societies recognize and resist disinformation and manipulation. By investing in education, we not only empower our youth to critically engage with information, but it also bolsters our collective resilience against radicalization and extremist ideologies. We aim to foster an environment where AI is secure, ethical, and aligned with democratic principles while remaining economically viable. In the meantime, we will continue to raise parliamentary awareness about these issues, and for instance, our Assembly will co-organize with the United Nations Organization on Counter-Terrorism an important side event that at the upcoming Internet Governance Forum in Riyadh on the 18th December 2024. Similarly, we will continue to engage with youth across our region to raise media literacy and build much-needed resilience against radicalization and violent extremism. Just recently, 2 of our members, including my CCT colleague Pejovic, actively contributed to the Doha Youth Parliamentary Forum on promoting youth perspective in addressing terrorism and violent extremism. Esteemed colleagues, the potential misuse of the AI by extremists may not yet be a widespread reality, but our commitment to preemptive responsible action will help ensure it does not become one. This requires sustained cooperation, innovation, and shared responsibility among our governments, the private sector, and civil society. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly is playing its part and will continue to do so. And we have to be confident, as Mr. Tremonti just said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Loperfido. Thank you for outlining a bit the ideology also of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE in this context and the work that has been done so far, and also for reminding us that actually purpose also of this session is not only to share national experiences or legislative experiences, but also to understand how the efforts in this field, regulatory mainly, do not undermine development and economic development and innovation. So also raising this point, I think, was very important. And now, this actually is a great introduction also to our very next speaker, who is a dear friend of our Assembly and a very experienced politician. Honorable Sok Damdin comes from Mongolia, which is one of the 57 OSCE participating states, in case you didn't know. And today he's ready to share the experience of his parliament in regulating AI with the aim to boost, exactly, innovation and development while preventing misuse. He combines, of course, academic knowledge with practical experience, including at the highest spheres of the government, suffice to say that he already served as Foreign Minister, Minister for Nature and Environment and Tourism, and Minister for Construction and Urban Development of Mongolia. Dear Tsok, thanks for coming all the way from Mongolia for this event, and you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this committee meeting. Today's presentations were extremely interesting, and they provoked certain thoughts. And as a result of those presentations, I decided to change a little my remarks. I was really focusing on Mongolia, but the general issues that were raised today really provoked me also to say a few words about what's, in my view, going on in the world. So first, I really would like to look at the issue of terrorism from one angle. This whole morning we're talking about terrorists and us good people here, and terrorists are bad people out there. But it's not them and us, it's us, human society, human community. And someone in a very difficult, challenging environment gets galvanized. Put any one of us in their shoes, and we may turn into that galvanized element. So there is no difference between terrorists and us, and we should really be, if we want to solve the problem, we have to approach it from this perspective. And the most, and again, we're talking about AI as a tool that will be, exacerbating the situation. But the real thing is that the real exacerbating situation is that the global irrationalism that we're all facing today. I wrote an article on international relations and irrationalism. If you, type in Google irrationalism and international relations, my article will pop up the first as a result of the search. Why I'm talking about this? The world has gone a little nuts. We should not be arrogant to think that, oh, I'm higher than everybody, especially in this global social media environment. Whenever we're looking into, you know, many of us, how many hours we spent now on this screen and reading bad news after bad news after bad news, and look into the frequency of bad news that are popping up in your media, and it's affecting your mentality and psychology. And the bad thing is that with this irrationalism, every time innocently when you are with your discontent, like one bad news, and it becomes liked by millions, someone out there who has fragile mentality, when he looks at it and he gets this confirmation that his hate of this world is right because this many million people liked it, and he goes absolutely galvanized. So in other words, bad news and radicalization in this social media world multiplies. It's not just you. When it goes into millions, that ultimately galvanizes 1, 2 people who can commit or sacrifice their life for their ultimate belief. So therefore, it's not the AI that is designed to do bad things. Even ordinary things that we use today can become a weapon, a contributory factor to the galvanization. So then if we think of that, are we all innocent here? We're part of this human process. And therefore, if we start understanding this, and unless we do something with our mind, we cannot fix it. You know, when we're talking about AI, it's like Nobel who invented dynamite. Dynamites do not kill people. You know, dynamites in the right hands of defense, you know, or gun, right? In the hands of a police, it's a defense weapon. In the hands of a terrorist, the same gun becomes killing weapon. The same with the AI. So it's, therefore, we really need to look at it not as AI as bad tool, but as our brain going bad. And then if we humbly recognize at all ends about this, that we may, I'm not saying we all, but we may all have gone a little irrational, and then come down a little bit and start trying to understand the other side from humanistic, human perspective, then we may really come up with better solutions. So that's one thing. Second thing, again, we're now talking about, whenever we're looking into AI, people think that AI now, this is the first time we're witnessing something more intelligent than us. So we were the privileged, more intelligent beings in the world, but it's also not true. We are born into a very intelligent world. I mean, look at COVID, the Omicron. Our best institutions were working on vaccine. Omicron itself figured out that if it is too virulent, it kills its hosts. So it has to go soft. So it develops a new RNA combination that becomes lesser, you know, fatal, by which it lengthens its life. For us to find that combination of RNA, imagine how many combinations, how many, you know, quantum computers we needed to have and simulate in order to develop that very combination of the RNA. But the nature does it just like that, within months. So, therefore, we were living in the intelligent world. And therefore, AI is not the first instance of intelligence higher than us. In other words, what I'm really trying to say is that for us, getting adapted to this new reality is a very important thing. Why I'm saying this? Very often now politicians will be saying that because AI most likely will be, you know, this deep fake news can degrade the reputation of politicians, regulators. So it will be a very nice excuse to come over and say, we have to now regulate the AI. Then if the AI is overly regulated and innovation is stopped, then the bad guys will keep innovating. The system may stay behind or may be left behind if we stop innovation. And therefore, we were said that we have to be smarter than the AI, the terrorists. And the only way for us to be smarter is to keep that liberal approach, to encourage innovation, and that would be a very important thing. Now, getting back to Mongolia. So in Mongolia, we believe that, in Mongolia, we believe in liberal environment. We do not want all of a sudden politicians come over and say, now we will be regulating AI. We don't trust them. We trust our businesses and we trust liberal mind of our people. And as Mr. Priyank Mathur today said, these liberal minds are mature enough. For us, the important goal is to make them mature, to help them figure out what might be deep fake, untrue news, and what might be the good news. So in other words, empowering our brains, our people, not the AI. Because if we give the control into the AI, then the very freedom and liberties will be squeezed. And if it is squeezed, already today we know what's going on in South Korea. You know, someone tried to sell the idea of North Korean danger as the real danger on their society, and it failed. So if the state has control over this AI and news and has a power to limit liberty of knowledge, freedom of speech, then they will be doing exactly what the bad guys will be doing. So therefore, this counterbalance, and therefore we believe in liberty of our citizens and in their maturity, that with time they will get to know what deep fake news is all about and what true news is. Now, another thing about the idea of liberties is that when you have liberal environment, you will have liberal private sector. And if you want to be a resilient society, your private sector has to be the leading force, competitive force, and through competition, they will be growing stronger. If we limit that, and then we start relying on foreign sources, foreign platforms, when they hit and when foreign sources, for example, at one point, do not let us access to those platforms, then we're left with nothing. So therefore, in this age of technology, empowering your private sector would be a very important thing. And the only way to empower is to expose them to harsh realities of competitive cyber world that they're in. And only then they will be maturing and growing stronger. But of course, the government should take part in it. Just, especially for a small country like Mongolia, if we just sit back and say, you take care of yourselves, they won't be able to match. So therefore, encouraging international assistance, inviting foreign experts, organizing various events, inviting investment into our sector would be a very important thing for us to pursue. So therefore, in the sector of AI, we do not have particular legislation at the moment. Our government is working on strategy. Japan, South Korea, they do not have particular laws on AI, but they have developed a strategy. So we will be doing that strategy and developing that strategy. Also recently our parliament, for example, nominated a working group which is assigned to develop a platform which will be on the basis of use of AI, harmonizing our laws and eliminating the conflict of laws in our system. So to this extent, through encouragement, we're trying to help our private sector to grow to a more competitive level. Is the time over? Okay. So that's about it, and I decided to shorten the talk on Mongolia, but that's where we are. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much again, Mr. Sokt Tamdin, for bringing to the table this wealth of knowledge and experience. I mean, I think it's difficult even to summarize, because you've been raising so many different points, but if I have to catch it with a sentence, I would say that we have to work for positivism towards, versus irrationalism, and for liberal minds and liberal markets, which help us build stronger and resilient societies, which brings us to digital literacy, to digital ergo sum, and to other concepts that we already heard. So with that said, I will move directly to the next speaker, who is also in his own way a philosopher, as far as I understand. Marco Emanuele, senior researcher at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, particularly he works in the Center for Global Studies. His research focuses on topics of misuse of AI and emerging technologies. He has taught at university level evolution of democracy in the digital age. A philosopher of complexity, he's a writer and geopolitics enthusiast. And today he will present the report on AI and emerging technologies, security legislation and governance, produced by his research center for PAM. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Emanuele. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. Mr. Chairman, the message is clear. Please summarize. So I understand. Excellency and distinguished participants, it is really a great pleasure to be here today in this important forum to present some findings from the report, The Malicious Use of AI and Emerging Technologies by Terrorists and Criminal Groups, Impact on Security, Legislation and Governance. The report, you can see the cover here, has been conceived as a living document, and it is updating following the evolution, following and monitoring the rapid evolution of AI and emerging technologies. The report has been produced by the group of researchers of the PAM Center for Global Studies, and in collaboration with the Counterterrorism Committee Executive Directorate, CITED, of the UN Security Council. Also, the report has been peer-reviewed by 7 internationally recognized experts and institutions. The first thing I want to underline is that, in particular, according with UN guidelines and strategy, states must ensure that any measures taken to combat terrorism comply with their obligations under international law, including international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and refugee law as appropriate. And this is particularly relevant to the use of new technologies in terrorism prevention and law enforcement efforts. Unintended consequences and potential human rights implications evolve in tandem with technological adaptations. There are, I think, 3 general considerations which are the basis of our work. The first is that we need to pay increasing attention in terms of security, governance and legislation to the speed and radicality of an increasingly technological ecosystem, considering the great opportunities and the many risks in all strategic domains and from the space to the subsea, as we've seen also in recent weeks in the Baltic Sea, in the Northern Europe. The second important point is that we live in a geopolitics of insecurity. So in this condition, terrorist groups and criminal networks have ample possibility for their purposes, in particular through the use of social media, especially for propaganda, radicalization and recruitment. The third important point is that we live in an on-life condition. On-life condition is an expression by the Italian philosopher Luciano Floridi, and in this condition, physical and digital dimensions are deeply interrelated and are not separated, and are inseparable. Going fast, in addition to the classical terrorist groups we know, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hezbollah and other groups, we have to face other malign actors, also include racially and ethnically motivated transnational violent extremists and anti-government, anti-authoritarian and indigenous violent extremist groups. Naturally, these new terrorist dynamics involve technological advances. Terrorists use more secure communication platforms, cryptocurrencies, alternative payment channels, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, but also 3D printing. There is a sentence by the director of Tech Against Terrorism, which is a platform promoted by the Counterterrorism Directorate of the UN Security Council, Adam Edley, who said, "We are witnessing an alarming surge in terrorist content and disinformation online, and it is disheartening to see that many platforms seem indifferent to this growing crisis. Information warfare is just as important as traditional military warfare." Other points in brief of the report, another element among the many analyzed in the report concerns the malicious use of AI to broaden the spectrum of cyber and financial crimes. While the use of AI in cyber attacks poses a serious threat to the normal functioning of the state and of democracy, it can be argued that this negative impact can be offset by the use of AI to improve cybersecurity resilience. Cyber risks represent a critical challenge for institutions and private companies in the short to medium term, and AI can play a crucial role in preventing and managing this threat. Finally, in the report, we have analyzed a lot of national and regional legislative frameworks, from the European Union to the United States via the Mediterranean and the Gulf countries. We have the possibility in our activity to monitor the advancement of these very important legislations and governance best practices. Naturally, our message is that we need strong legislation and the initiation of a widespread dialogues between parliaments, governments, technology companies, university, think tanks, and civil society organizations to build effective public-private partnerships in terms of concrete governance. The last point, Mr. Chairman, is that we realized a living document, And to make this, we launched a permanent parliamentary observatory on AI and emerging technology, which is already operational at PAM headquarters, producing a daily and weekly digest, taking analysis from open sources on the evolution of technology from the perspective of counterterrorism, governance and legislation, security, defense and intelligence, navigating the opportunities and risks of new technological frontiers. I have no time, but in the first session, we hear very important passages on quantum computing, on 3D printing. So all these evolution have to be monitored in terms of the different point of view that I said before. Because technology ecosystem is complex, and in the same way, our answers have to be complex. I close saying that PAM is already working on 2 other reports, one dedicated to the resilience of democratic systems in relation to the misuse of AI, ACT and other emerging technologies, and the second report is on the use of spywares and their legislative regulation. Finally, in December, PAM will be participating and contributing in Riyadh to the annual session of IGF with 2 side events, one with CITED and another with the UN Office of Counterterrorism. Many thanks for your attention.
And I would like to thank you, Mr. Emanuele, for presenting the very relevant work of PAM in this context. We've always treasured, our special partnership with PAM as the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And of course, we look forward to continuing working with you on several joint initiatives. I also would like to stress that, thank you for sharing the results of your research. I think that some of the key outcomes, including the need for smart legislation, the need for more dialogue, the need for thorough monitoring, are something exactly in line with what this seminar is about, what we're trying to achieve here. So I think we are on the right path, I hope. This, of course, concludes, let's say, the expert panel presentation. I would like to thank all the panelists for actually sticking to the time. It's not easy, I know, but you did a great job. So thanks again. And we have now basically 20 minutes for a short debate. I have on my list six speakers. And I would kindly ask each of the speakers to limit their remarks to a couple of minutes so that we can stick, 7th, and then we close it. We close the speakers list. And I would immediately start. So the first speaker from the audience, from the floor on my list, is His Excellency Mr. Faoud Sebuta, First Vice President of the Arab Parliament. He's not here. Yes. Ah, you're here. Yes, perfect. So you have the floor for a few minutes. Thanks.
شكرا. وددت أن أناقش بعض ما جاء في
Well, thank you very much. I would like to make a comment on some of the points raised by the experts, but considering the short time we have, I would like to say something on behalf of the Arab Parliament. So, notwithstanding the success stories and the many opportunities coming from artificial intelligence, especially for sustainable development, at the same time, we can say that there are many challenges and many threats related to the possibility of using these technologies on the part of terrorist organizations and the risks that come from all this, also from the digital economy, and also for sensitive and critical infrastructures using these technologies. Of course, these possible attacks are difficult to be detected. That's why it is important to have a regulatory framework that can help us use artificial intelligence. That is why the General Assembly of the United Nations on March 21st took a decision with the support of 121 nations to start developing the necessary rules to optimize the use of AI in line with the international approach to the use of this technology. In fact, an unregulated use of this technology can be a danger for humanity as a whole. So the Arab Parliament produced the first regulatory framework for the use of AI. And of course, it is important for all states to develop a regulatory framework. In the conference in Cairo, we issued an important document called Arab Parliamentary Vision for the Safe Employment of Artificial Intelligence, which was submitted to the Arab Summit held in Bahrain in May 2024. And of course, it is important to have a different vision on artificial intelligence governance in order to keep it out of the hands of terrorist organizations. We do not have time here to address them all, but among the most important visions of the document is the need to establish and develop a coherent legislative structure to regulate the use of artificial intelligence, and the need for ongoing assessment of the risk of artificial intelligence and risk management plans, as well as community awareness about the challenges associated with artificial intelligence, in addition to supporting the United Nations efforts. I believe that AI and emerging technologies are incredible challenges for the whole world. And of course, we have to counter its misuse by terrorist organizations. This should be a key priority, and that's why we reiterate the need for serious international cooperation towards reaching binding disciplines for the safe use of artificial intelligence technology and address the risks and challenges associated with it. And also because we need to use it and actually use it in the best possible way. Thank you.
Your experience. The next speaker on my list is Mr. Slimane Zerkani, Deputy Speaker of the Algerian National People's Assembly. Back there. Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تحية طيبة للجميع. بداية شاكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for having organized this conference and for having invited me. I am speaking on behalf of the Speaker of the Algerian Parliament. This is a fantastic opportunity to exchange our experience and to strengthen international cooperation at different levels in order to deal with the challenges of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, and in order to counter their misuse by terrorist organizations. Well, these technologies may pose a risk because we know that sometimes these technologies can be used to reach criminal targets. These technologies are supposed to improve people's lives, but unfortunately, These technologies, for example, were used to have pages explode in Lebanon or to hit many people all at the same time. This is a risk for international security. We have to reason about the new definition of terrorism, not only traditional terrorism. Terrorism comes from an idea. So whatever the instruments they use, terrorism remains terrorism. So Algeria was exposed to terrorism. So we absolutely realize how important international cooperation is in order to counter this new risk and to try and understand the best possible uses of these technologies. So I think that these meetings are very useful in order to develop a common strategy and to create a global platform to exchange information and best practices to counter terrorism. I think that this meeting is not only a meeting to exchange our viewpoints, but it should become an opportunity to enhance cooperation to fight against terrorism in an effective way. So I conclude saying that artificial intelligence has also been used to increase the suffering of Palestinian people due to the Zionist attack against Gaza. I hope we're going to have a shared position to ask for a ceasefire and the end of the use of these technologies in the war against Gaza. Thank you.
Now pass the floor to the next speaker, and I would remind you to try to stick to your 2 minutes. So that we allow more people to intervene. Honorable Alioune Gouye, Member of the Parliament of Mali and of the African Parliamentary Union. Mr. Gouye, you have the floor.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I come from the African Parliamentary Union, which is represented here by a delegation with a vice president and the secretary general. I am the regional representative of Western Africa at this parliamentary assembly. I am the fourth parliamentary secretary of our parliament. I would like to thank you for this invitation. I would like to thank the Italian parliament for its hospitality and this beautiful hall for the meeting. And I would like also to thank you for the themes chosen, which are very topical, because they're also crucially important for the stability of the world. I would like to share with you some good practices we have in Mali, because Mali adopted 2 important laws to effectively fight against the use of artificial intelligence and other IT technologies on the part of terrorism. For example, these 2 laws deal with organized crime. For example, it is possible to have a juridical and criminal response to terrorism, to apology on social media, in order to have a clearer regulatory framework of the light against terrorism, and also making people aware of what is being done. And now we have a new criminal code. We have now regulatory tools to effectively fight against not only terrorists, but against all terrorists, domestically and internationally. So we have new law provisions to actually fight against terrorism. And now I would like to make you aware that in order to better organize our work, we created a network of parliamentarians from Mali to fight against terrorism in Sahel. So the role of members of parliament is very important to make the international community aware of the different challenges facing Sahel. Sahel is exploited and exposed to all forms of terrorism. Unfortunately, terrorists train in Africa and in Sahel, but we know that we don't have factories producing weapons in Africa or in Sahel, so weapons are being imported. So I would like to ask all the countries to mobilize, not only to make their populations aware, but to develop actions in favor of the international community to protect all its partners. And then I would like to thank you and then thank all the speakers for their presentations. According to you, how is it possible to minimize the impact of terrorism on social media? Because how is it possible to really minimize the impact of terrorism, protecting social media against the use of terrorists? Thank you.
Much, Honorable Goulet. I will now give the floor to Honorable Goulet Nathalie from the French Senate. You have the floor for 2 minutes, Madam.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, j'ai une observation et une question.
I have an observation and a question as to the next meeting in Riyadh. In order to respond to our colleague from Mali, please visit the Etidal Center, which uses artificial intelligence and the control of social media. They have a contract of Telegram, and they eliminated 60 million messages and shut down 60 sites. So very interesting fight, but I am very fascinated with the experience of Mongolia. It's quite rare to meet people from this country and talk about these issues, but I would like to ask you if your methods are accessible and in which language, and if you have a document to understand what you do, because it's inspirational and it's very interesting. Thank you.
Madam, for the questions, which I will revert to our speakers at the end after we have given the floor to all our distinguished guests. The next speaker on my list is Mr. Kamil Aydin from the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, member of the Parliament of Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank all the speakers for very interesting remarks they have made so far. And in the light of what they have indicated, we feel, I think, much more optimistic compared to the sessions we participated in the morning. But still, you know, I got stuck to the comments you have made so far. For example, we are moving from cogita ergo sum to digita ergo sum, which means that, honestly, we keep making more or less the same mistakes. Why? Because we are accustomed to having ready-made things to ease our lives. But on the other hand, at the end we see that, you know, the system turns the other way around and gives harm to people. And to make a concrete example, I think, for example, you know, dermatologically speaking, when a particular medicine is prepared, it is prescribed to heal the people, to treat people, and there is a small notice within that particular medicine. We read it first, how to use it, and then we start using. And within this notice, it shows us the side effects of that particular medicine. Who is allowed to use, who is not allowed to use. But why don't we take care of, more or less in the same way, when we prepared a technological invention and equipment? You know, why, when we try to create, metaphorically speaking, a Frankenstein to help people, then it turns to be a monster. you know, we made more or less the same mistake as far as social media is concerned. Sorry, you know, you talked about the liberalization and rationalization. Yes, we started from that point, and we said, nothing wrong with it, we can use it. But now, after, you know, the system strikes back, we started to take the precautions. And now in most of the countries, the politicians are discussing about to ban, to give a kind of age limit to the use of social media. So I am confused, please. Enlighten me.
Mr. Chair, I don't think you're the only one confused around here. You have me with you. But before I revert to my speakers, I'm trying to give the floor to all the remaining few speakers. I have, in particular, Honorable Abdou Sikye from the African Parliamentary Union. Please, sir, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Oui. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to intervene on the contribution to the event that we are having on artificial intelligence, and therefore I would like to say that the coming of artificial intelligence has opened up this phase of technological advance that has unparalleled in history. It has made a revolution in medicine, defense, communication, education. But despite that, we have to admit that the emerging of these technologies is twofold, because it could be badly used by terrorist groups. And to this end, we have to root our reflection on the way in which we can launch parliamentary initiatives. For instance, we should have more stricter laws on terrorism, adopting legislation that could minimize the action of terrorists and their use of new technologies and artificial intelligence among them. So the discussion could be focused on the way in which this sector, I mean, for instance, financial sector and private enterprises could undergo and undertake some measures so that as industrial and economic actors, they are best positioned than us, and we could use a public-private partnership and share good practices. So why is it necessary to make laws and regulate by laws the artificial intelligence? Well, we have to do that to weaken terrorist organizations. And first of all, we have to acknowledge that the exceptional and exaggerated use of artificial intelligence by these terror groups and their accomplices constitutes a terrible threat to the world security. So we have to see how to meet this threat at parliamentary level. It is obvious that these malicious groups, wherever they are from, can amplify their ability of propaganda and recruitment thanks to the artificial intelligence. We have seen the videos produced by terrorist groups after an attack against a country or a community, be it a bomb attack or a car bomb or mines or attacks with the use of drones. All these harmful activities have used artificial intelligence and new technologies such as internet for their main tools of action. Thank you.
Sir, I have the last two speakers, which I would kindly, invite to stick to a very short statement so that we can hear back from our experts. I have Ms. Gaia Mantini from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and then Mr. Negra from the our Parliament. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the panelists for those very interesting interventions. My question is specifically addressed to Mr. Damdin. And firstly, thank you for sharing your perspective. I'm from UNODC. I'm working in the terrorist prevention branch and specifically coming from a unit that works on electronic evidence. And among other projects, we are currently working to organize a global symposium on artificial intelligence and human rights. To simplify the project itself, the aim is having an overview from experts around the globe on how is it possible to include artificial intelligence and new tech in current everyday counter-terrorism strategies and in the criminal justice system in a way that the technology use is free from bias and discrimination and up to international human rights standards. So in understanding and trying to, in understanding which expert to invite in order to have a global view on the topic, I observe a very different approach, exactly what was saying before. So the need for a more regulation from European countries, from the African countries, from the US, and a more liberal approach instead from Southeast Asian countries. So my question or clarification, just very briefly, even if it's a very big topic, of course, is how, with this approach, is it possible to ensure that the technology used by governments, law enforcement, or the criminal justice system is consistent with human rights? So, thank you.
There are many questions for our experts and guest speakers, so thank you very much for your intervention, Madam. Now, the last speaker is indeed His Excellency Ayman Negra, member of the Arab Parliament. You have the floor, sir.
شكرا مرة أخرى على مواضيع الجلسات وعلى ما أتاه السادة الخبراء.
Thank you very much. As far as the topics of these sessions concerned, among which the declaration according to which the natural intelligence would be more powerful than artificial intelligence, especially in terms of inventing new things. We have seen many pictures and many situations in which, for instance, we exaggerate the negative use of artificial intelligence. So I think that we have to find a very good definition to understand, the resilience and the terrorism. So I am referring to the Palestinian people also, because we have seen the reaction of the important countries to the occupation that this population is suffering, and the discussions within the United Nations, also on the situation of the human rights of the Palestinians. We have seen how important it is, the exchange of experiences, and therefore we have a huge role here for parliaments and diplomats, and also the parliamentary diplomacy is important to overcome a role that is just consultative, to be part of decision-making process for binding decisions and being able to act within a shared framework to contrast the dangers we're talking about in these days. Thank you.
Sir, and thank you all the speakers and for all the contributions. I think that it has emerged how many different sides of this story there are still to be said and to be dealt with. But without further ado, I would like, before closing, to give back the floor also, because there were several questions, to our expert speakers for a really 1-2 minute final comment, remarks. I would probably do it in reverse order if you agree, and I will give therefore first the floor to Mr. Emanuele.
Yes, thank you. All the points that our friends underline are very important and very interesting. In my opinion, 2 or 3 things. The first is that we need policies of national resilience. All the actors at national level must be in dialogue to build a dynamic national resilience. Then the importance of regional and international cooperation is the thing to do. So if states and private actors and all the stakeholders are not in dialogue at different levels, we cannot have a perspective of effective governance of the effects of the AI and emerging technologies, not only for terrorist purposes, but also for terrorist purposes. Okay? Because some of you said we have to rethink the definition of terrorism. No? As I said before, there are a lot of malicious acts that are not yet defined as terrorist acts, okay? But they destabilize democratic systems and human communities and so on. Very important is the passage on human rights, I think. And my opinion is that we have to build a new counter-narrative, okay? Starting from the unstoppable evolution of emerging technologies. And if we want to put the man, the human communities, and the human right in the center, we have to build a new cultural and political counter-narratives in the sense that today we discuss about terrorist purposes narrative, okay, in this sense. Last thing, Mr. Chairman, is that I think we need, for young generation, but not only, a great campaign of digital literacy around the world and at the regional level and at the national level. And very important, my opinion is that we need strong legislation. We need partnership with private and all the stakeholders. But very, very important is security by design. So the French colleague said the experience to destroy Telegram messages, okay. But if you don't have a counter-narrative, if you don't have a new culture, if you don't have a new idea of governance, you can destroy all the messages, but you don't fight, I think, the risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emanuele, for your final concluding words and also for addressing some of the comments, in particular, that came from the floor. I would now like to give the floor to Honorable Damding. By the way, a lot of your presentation triggered some, interest and some questions, so feel free to address them in a few minutes. Thanks.
Well, thank you. First, this question about where Mongolian practice, what are the reference documents? The French colleague asked about this. Now, that's the issue. On AI, we do not at the moment have particular document that I can refer to you. And the reason for that is not because politicians are good. It's because the people are saying no over-regulation. And that is the general mentality. So in an electoral system, you cannot go up against your voters' sentiments. So that is the power of people. I'll just give you one example. We have passed a package of legislation on IT, not on AI. But IT is the basis on which the AI industry will be built. So in doing this package of laws, for example, there was one law on information privacy, with the information privacy provision. Immediately the public suspected that, oh, that's going to be an encroachment by the government on my right to knowledge. No way this provision is there in the law. And therefore, in fact, when you look at that provision, it may make sense, but our public said, nothing is perfect. This one may bring some glitches, but we better live with those glitches than living through the risk of losing our freedom of speech and freedom of knowledge. So therefore, the public completely rejected it and it had to stop. So another example, 3 years back, we set up this new Ministry of Digital Economy and Innovation. So we set up a whole ministry which is financed by the taxpayers' money, designed to work, policies on developing this industry. So this is again an indicative of our approach to the AI and IT sector. Now, this question to Mr. Aydin. whether we ban or not, banning is an easy thing. But, I mean, whether we ban or not, yeah, regulations, exactly. So, yeah. So, therefore, what I'm really trying to say is that I'm for regulations, but not over-regulation, and especially not the regulations that are triggered by over-exaggeration of the risk. And that is a very, so in everything in our human life, balance is everything. And if balance is broken, life does not exist, you know. If an Earth moves 500 meters from its orbit and then moves a new orbit, we don't live. That's how fragile life is, and that's how important balance is. So therefore, we should be really looking into this balance. Now, but as for many of our politicians are thinking of banning, it won't work, as simple as that. You know, in this today's modern technology era, if we try to ban something we cannot do, then we will turn the whole society into criminals. Children into criminals. I know there is one country, very democratic country, that imposed ban on the age that kids up to this age cannot access internet. I don't think it's going to work. So now, third question, human rights and consistency of human rights. That's a very important thing. I mean, with the best intent, we may end up with worst results. And therefore, you know, the best defender of human rights is the person who knows about human rights, who knows about his rights. So therefore, if we limit the channel of communication of information to a person, then you can mislead the person the way you want. I'll give you just one example. I'm coming from Northeast Asia, and there is one country that survived last 30 years democratic globalization. And the only way they could do it, and they blocked their country from the rest of the world. And the most important blockage was blocking information inflow. And they lived for 30 years in this illusionary world which let them keep their regime, and that's how the regime survived. So therefore, information, is so critically important that for the sake of this, some glitches in the system may be there. But again, we should be introducing then the regulations that are 10 times, tested. Last comment. What I would suggest is that, again, sharing best knowledge and experience is very important. And therefore, for example, if we could create this universal cyber cooperation treaty and an organization, maybe under UNOCT, dedicated to that, that would be an important thing. And second thing, maybe Cyberpol. We have Interpol, and Interpol under it may have Cyberpol, which is more professionally, working on facilitating experience sharing, sharing best practices, etc.
Thank you very much, Honorable Damdin. You really brought a lot of insights into this discussion and a lot of experience, so I think it's very interesting for all the speakers. And I encourage you to continue this discussion over the lunch, actually, because I'm sure there are other questions. But of course, there's one last man standing between you and the food, and that is Honorable Loperfido, who will be delivering his final comments.
30 seconds. As a parliamentarian and as member of the CCT committee, we said also in our resolution that we have to go on working, sharing best practices in cooperation between members of the parliament, between parliamentarians, between parliaments, between international organizations, in order to have a balance between innovation and security for a more resilient and informed global approach. They are big risks, but we have to work together, and we have to create a liberal democracy that is able to foster an environment where artificial intelligence secure, is ethical, but aligned with the democratic principle while remaining viable. But the most important thing is that also control and rules are under the liberal and democratic principle. Buon appetito.
Thank you very much, Honorable Loperfido, for keeping it very concise and also trying to sort of summarize a lot of the discussion today. I think that, distinguished participants, there have been many interesting ideas and practices which have been aired by you and by our expert speakers, and I understand the work ahead is still quite a lot. This is just one small step, but I hope it's a step that can bring us more together in understanding and addressing the threats that emerge from this phenomenon. Real threats or threats which are overemphasized, but still something that we need to talk about. Now we will break for lunch, finally, and we will reconvene at 2:30, so the lunch will not be as long as originally planned, but I ask you kindly to come back at 2:30 for our final session on international legal framework for preventing and countering the use of AI for terrorist purposes. Thank you very much and enjoy your meal.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. So we continue with the sessions. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. You enjoyed nice conversations. That's also one of the purpose of these dialogues, also that you also connect to each other during the breaks, and that you have a good coffee also, since you are, I always say it's in Italy, so you have to enjoy the good coffee, of course. So I'm happy to moderate the third session. We are going to continue the discussions and the dialogue that we have been conducting during the morning. And this session is going to focus on the topic of international legal framework for preventing and countering the use of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. You all have the agenda. And you have also in the agenda the key issues that are going to be addressed by the experts. I will not go through them. You can please just check them again if you want, so that we can save some time. I'm happy that we were able to more or less be now on time. Just to remind you, we will need to be very punctual with the interventions, as at 4:30 we need to close the day because there is another session in this room. So it will be compulsory for all of us really to be punctual. So I would really much appreciate what has been also said during the morning, that each of us respect the time that has been allotted to each of us.
So the interpretation devices are not working, there are technical problems, they will solve it in 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, they are telling me that I don't know about the interpretation devices. It seems that they are not working now. Not sure. I hope they are working, but they will solve it in 5 minutes is what they said. So we will try to have them working in less than 5 minutes, okay? And so that we can continue, please, Nur. Okay, so continue. I'm happy to have 4 panelists, 4 experts in this session. I'm going to give the floor to each of them, as we have done this morning, and then I will open the floor for other intervention from you, and then I will again give the floor to the panelists to respond to any questions you may have. So without any further delay, let me please give the floor to my colleague in UNOCT, Mrs. Akvil Ginotien, who is the head of the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, the United Nations Counterterrorism Center, Cybersecurity and New Technologies Unit. Please, Akvil, you have the floor.
Thank you, David, and good afternoon. It's really pleasure. A little bit more, okay. Good afternoon, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I must say, parliamentarians are not my usual audiences, but it was very interesting to hear the discussions that happened today in the morning, and they just reflect the discussions that are happening also in the executive branch and law enforcement, intelligence and security services, which I mostly work with. As David introduced, I'm leading Cybersecurity and New Technologies Unit at United Nations Counterterrorist Center. We are the capacity building entity, so we support member states in developing necessary capacities to respond to both challenges, threats, and opportunities that new technologies provide in countering terrorism as part of the United Nations efforts for the world without terrorism. And the program, it deals with artificial intelligence and other technologies, as the name of this panel. So we are looking at both threats and opportunities for countering terrorism that artificial intelligence provides, how to deal with such issues as cryptocurrencies, how to investigate cryptocurrencies transactions, how to seize cryptocurrencies when used by terrorist actors, how to understand what is happening on the dark web, and most recently, together with UNICRI, another UN agency, we published a report on the dark web and cybercrime as a service and how terrorists and violent extremists can use these services to launch cyber attacks. But before going into details, into threats and opportunities, let me introduce a little bit what the program does in terms of capacity building, just to lay the foundations for our further discussion. So the program has 4 major streams of work. So first, we are very much focused on knowledge development, helping member states to understand what are implications that new technologies bring in counterterrorism domain, how they are changing terrorist tactics, techniques, procedures, approaches, but also what opportunities they provide to us as a counterterrorist community to come up with more effective responses in countering this threat. And we use these knowledge products in our awareness-raising activities, helping member states to understand the changes in the threats. Second area of work is, that might be of interest to the audience of parliamentarians as well, is related to policy development. So we support member states in integrating new technology aspects in their strategic counterterrorist responses, helping them to understand the threats and what really to do about that to prevent and counter those threats. Third area of work is cybersecurity, and cybersecurity and counterterrorism does not often come together, but in the United system it does, and I think it is for a good, because terrorists are also using cyber tools to attack our critical infrastructures, to launch cyber attacks, and in counterterrorism domain, the United Nations Security Council adopted a resolution in 2017 asking member states to criminalize terrorist attacks against critical infrastructure, and including cyber attacks, and prosecute and adjudicate them. So we support member states in developing necessary capacities to strengthen their cybersecurity ecosystem. In this, because we are dealing with a specific threat actor, we are focusing on building linkages between computer security incident response communities and law enforcement agencies, so that information sharing is happening in this regard, and that cyber incidents are not only mitigated, but also the work is being done on a threat actor reduction side, identification, investigation, and prosecution of those responsible. And last but not least, area of our program is related to building law enforcement capacities to use new technologies in counterterrorism, to develop capabilities to do digital forensics, to develop capabilities to do online investigations, to develop capabilities to investigate cryptocurrencies and seize them, dark web investigations, how to use artificial intelligence, and we discussed also earlier today many more issues such as drones and terrorist use of drones, so they all fall into that. And tying into this event today, all those aspects related to the law enforcement use of new technologies, they need legislation and regulation, so there should be clear mandates for the law enforcement to use them for counterterrorist investigation. There should be oversight mechanism, and people should have a right to effective remedy. So that's how our program integrates that. And from United Nations perspective, so New technologies has been high on member states' agenda since 2021, and in the 7th review of the Global Counterterrorist Strategy, member states requested United Nations Office of Counterterrorism to provide capacity building assistance to member states in responding to challenges and new technologies that new technologies provide in the field of counterterrorism, and that's why the program was established and is providing capacity building support in this regard. This request and concerns related to terrorist use of new technologies has been reiterated in the 8th review of the United Nations Global Counterterrorist Strategy, and most recently, as David mentioned in the introductory remarks, Pact for the Future has one of 3 actions related to new technologies, where member states committed to do and work more. So there's a commitment, there's an interest, and there are concerns related to the terrorist use of new technologies. From the threat aspects, probably I wouldn't go a lot into details because it was discussed from different angles by different speakers, including how artificial intelligence and generative AI is being adopted by terrorist actors. We also heard adoption of drones for terrorist activities, internet, social media, so it seems that it has been substantially covered. Maybe in my intervention here of 10 minutes, I will try to speak more about what we as a program do to help member states to do something about those threats. And so as part of our knowledge development process, we developed a number of reports and guidances to member states how to address these topics. And specifically for this meeting, I think the most relevant are the guide for the assessment of threats of terrorist use of new technologies, the guide for development of policy approaches to countering new technologies for terrorist purposes, and law enforcement capabilities framework for new technologies. We are using these guides for our capacity building activities to help member states to address threats coming from new technologies in national context. So what is happening in my country? What are the most pertinent threats? Do I, as a country, I mitigate them enough? What are the threats coming from new technologies that are national risks that require a national level response? So we work with member states, bringing all counter-terrorist communities together from executive branch, sometimes in some countries parliamentarians also join, law enforcement, intelligence, security agencies to develop threat scenarios and identify those risks. And then we work with them to help identify policy solutions to address those threats, what is really needs to be done, how to prevent them from happening, how to reduce those threats, how to disrupt and deny from them happening, and how to protect and recover once they happen, and also how to prosecute terrorist offenses. And everything is done in line with the United Nations Global Counter-Terrorist Strategy. So in this regard, we are also helping member states to align their policy responses to the United Nations Global Framework in Countering Terrorism. These exercises that we've done with member states were very, I would say, effective and well received. And if there's of interest, we would like to expand this collaboration with David's program and perhaps with the parliamentarians helping to understand the threats and develop policy responses. On legislation and oversight side, since we are supporting mostly law enforcement agencies in developing new technological capabilities for countering terrorism, so we use also the guide for capabilities framework, where we help to identify the strengths and the gaps across 3 core pillars: policy, legislation, and institutional pillar, to make sure that all the capabilities that law enforcement agencies are developing for investigative purposes are within the necessary legislative framework and within the necessary policy framework. So, at the end of these exercises, we are coming together with member states with a roadmap for the improvement of necessary capacities to make sure that not only operational capacities are being built, but they are built not in a vacuum, but within the necessary legal and policy remits. So I think with this, I would stop, but to conclude, I would like to say that it would be really of interest to engage with the parliamentarians in doing this important work, and I would look forward to collaboration in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akvil. Indeed, this is one of the purposes also to share with you. We take advantage of our substantive programs in the UNOCT, in the Office of Counterterrorism, who are already very well advanced on specific topics, and Akvil is running the program on artificial intelligence and new technologies, working with many different countries, but also at the same time with many different authorities in each country. So the good thing is that in UNOCT we have specific office to work with members of parliaments, with parliamentarians, with national parliaments, and this is the avenue that we would like also to offer to engage those programs like the one of Akvil and be able to work with you in your respective jurisdiction through your parliamentary assemblies so that we can together enhance the policies, the strategies, the legislative framework, etc. So I would like now to give the floor to the second expert in the panel, Mr. Irfan Said. He is the head of the Action Against Terrorism Unit of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I figure we have people all over online. First, let me thank the organizers. I know this is a very difficult thing to put together, so thanks to the host, the Italian Parliament, of course, UN Office of Counterterrorism. Thank you, the Shura Council, and more importantly, our friends, our good friends over in Vienna, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Thanks a lot for always engaging us in these conversations. It's great to be on this dais because I think it's no accident that we have UNOCT, UNODC, and OSCE on the same dais, because a lot of the programs and initiatives that you just highlighted, we actually partner together. So we are a lot of places around the world, experts from UNODC talking about countering the finance of terrorism, UNOCT talking about critical infrastructure protection. So it's easy to say that we were on the same page, teaching from the same page, trying to build capacity on the same page. So thank you again, everyone on this dais. What I wanted to do is spend my time today talking about two areas. First area, macro and micro, and the second area, challenges and opportunities. Because when you look at the macro, let's look at the challenges. And when you look at the micro, let's look at the opportunities. Because the macro can affect everybody, but the micro affects you at a minute level. And when you're talking about radicalization to violence, there has to be a localized approach. And if you're going to counter terrorism and violent extremism, you must also have a localized approach, a micro approach. So let's start with the macro. The macro is the definition of the threat. And I think it's been made very clear that what we need to do is start with an understanding of that threat and the challenges that we all face when it comes to artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. The micro, as I said, is the go local approach to develop those opportunities for resilience. So at the OSCE ATU, Anti-Terrorism Unit, this is where we begin. Last year, we convened an expert-level event with the International Center for Counterterrorism, or the ICCT. It's an international global think tank based in The Hague. And then earlier this year, we convened a regional event focused on the understanding of artificial intelligence and the challenges and opportunities. And that was done in Ulaanbaatar. So I want to thank our friends in Mongolia for not only seeding the opportunity early on, but allowing us to come have this event in Mongolia. If you've never done an event in Mongolia, I highly recommend it because they are amazing hosts. Thank you again for that opportunity. But those two events were important because it helped shape the understanding of the threat, number one, the macro, but it also gave us an opportunity to understand the opportunities that lie ahead, the micro. So what I wanted to do actually was dig in a little bit deeper on the macro, on the threat. I know we heard from Priyank. I know he scared us all about the AI is going to take over the world. But what I'd like to do is talk a little bit more about AI and how it relates specifically to terrorism and violent extremism. And I think what we've taken away is that AI is starting to reshape the landscape of security challenges. And its misuse by terrorist and violent extremist groups is absolutely a growing concern. So let me point to some statistics from the Global Internet Forum for Counterterrorism, or the GIFCT. They've reported a 32% increase in AI-enabled extremist content in the last 3 years. And that stat is ending in 2023, so I can only imagine how much further it's grown in 2024. The global AI market projected to exceed $126 billion by 2024. It underscores the accessibility of these tools to a wide range of actors, something, again, that was talked about in an earlier session. So when you talk about the misuse of violent extremism and terrorist artificial intelligence, it can broadly be summarized in 3 areas. Number one, facilitating operations. That is finance, surveillance, falsifying documents. Everything that we as organizations try to build capacity on, this is what artificial intelligence is helping the other side. Number two, weaponization. The weaponization of autonomous weapons and cyber weapons. And I point to the earlier panel that talked about the use of drones and other emerging technologies. And number three, more importantly to us, recruitment and propaganda. 90% of all terrorist propaganda now is currently disseminated online. And AI-generated content can significantly enhance the quality and quantity of this. The terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and far-right violent extremist groups are increasingly leveraging AI in their operations. They exploit AI's capabilities to produce sophisticated propaganda, automate recruitment processes, and number three, manipulate social media algorithms to amplify their narratives. Now think about that for a second. They're posting something online, and gone are the days when they're just waiting for someone to take in their content. They are posting something online, and the algorithms pick it up and target it directly to the homes and the cell phones and the smartphones of every vulnerable individual around the world. They don't need macro influencers anymore. It's a micro influencer that's really carrying the day now. They can target where their messaging is going. We talked about chatbots. AI-driven chatbots that simulate human-like conversations. Absolutely scary things, but it's something that we're seeing in real time. They're engaging individuals to move further and further down the path of radicalization. And again, it's not just happening in the terrorism space. It's happening in the suicide space. We're seeing children reach out to bots for anything. And what they're getting back is not positivity, but negativity. And it's the same across the board, these vulnerable audiences. Let's talk about AI's ability to analyze vast quantities of data, which has enabled terrorist and violent extremist groups to automate their recruitment efforts. Algorithms now can scan social media platforms to identify individuals susceptible to radicalization. Now think about that for a second. Your child, a vulnerable individual, might be in their room posting something to Facebook, posting something to Snapchat, or saying something on WhatsApp. An algorithm can go out and find that individual and bring that person to a radicalizer and a recruiter. So it's no longer trying to find people who are susceptible to your message. The bots will do it for you. So we look at social media platforms. They have become the battleground for the misuse of AI. Algorithms designed to increase user engagement often prioritize emotionally charged content. Now, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue reported in 2023 that individuals engaging with misogynistic content online are significantly more likely to encounter additional gender-based extremist material due to algorithm pathways. Now, think about that for a second. You can post one or two messages out there that are misogynistic in its tone, and it will get picked up and it will get pushed out, and then you'll find a community of interest. The algorithm would identify that community of interest for you and bring you away from this concept of a lone actor. I mean, let's be honest, a lone actor is no such thing because they are operating in a pool of like-minded individuals. At the OSCE, we did a policy brief not too long ago about the linkages between violent misogyny and violent extremism, where we outlined the importance of addressing online violence and hate in the context of preventing and countering violent extremism. Now, failing to take a gender perspective into account in this context means we will continue to risk marginalizing women and minorities in the online public space, which of course is a challenge. So again, we have to think just as broad as they do. So let's talk about, again, the use of AI. It's not just limited to propaganda and recruitment. It extends to cyber threats. It extends to disinformation campaigns that negatively impact social cohesion and trust in public institutions. So it's not just the terrorism threat. It's the vulnerability of who we are as a people that is drawing this further and further. It's going to critical infrastructure sectors, as you talked about, healthcare, public health. Look no further than what happened around the world during COVID. AI-powered malware that can learn and adapt is emerging, as Priyank noted earlier. It's posing significant risks to public and private sectors, which can also be used for terrorist financing. We've heard about cryptocurrency, but we're also talking about in-game money movement. Do you all know what this means? We have children who are gaming online, and now you can move real currency online through gaming platforms. So I could go on and on about the macro or the challenges, but I think we all want to hear about the opportunities. So I'll go very quickly into the micro, the opportunities, the go local approach. And I didn't want to spend too much time here because you've already talked a lot about what we need to do to counter this at the micro level. At the Anti-Terrorism Unit, we are laser focused on this issue. Having had the ability to speak to a lot of experts from our online expert event we did not too long ago, the event in Mongolia. Now we've put all this together into a project called Project Informed. And this project is focused on, again, what we know is the solution, media and information literacy. We need to develop critical thinking and analysis skills of those individuals around the world who are susceptible to this narrative. So what we do, in concert with the partners on this table and probably around the world, we will go into local communities and we will teach about how you can be better informed online, how you can be a better consumer of social media platforms. We're going to launch a new multi-year program this year and early next year on countering the finance of terrorism, because as we looked earlier into our programs that were developed 4 and 5 years ago, it's nowhere near what's needed today. We need to focus on crypto. We need to focus on the dark web money movement. We need to focus on in-game purchases. We need to move away from the old way of thinking into the new way of thinking, and that it all revolves around emerging technologies and artificial intelligence. A big part of what we need to do also is build the capacity of our law enforcement partners. Like I said, 90% of all this content now lives online, so that means if you're a law enforcement officer, you need to get this content from the company that holds this information. So we need to get better at training our investigators, our prosecutors, to get electronic evidence from these companies, knowing the difference between information that can be used for investigations and evidence that can be used that's admissible in court. This is what we're going to be focused on next year. So I'll leave you with this. At our legal expert meeting that we did last year, and the report is here and it's online. Everything I said is in here, so you can take a look at that. We have one conclusion, and I'll quote: "There is a need for robust policies to tackle harmful content in the online space, in parallel with capacity building on digital literacy." Preventing and countering violent extremism efforts cannot be sustainable if it comes at the expense of the freedom of expression. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said, for the insights and for sharing your knowledge. Is absolutely clear, and it's important for all of us to have to count on the expertise of regional organizations, but also to take note of the recommendation that you have shared with us, this macro and micro level, but especially on the opportunities that we have. It's a very complex matter. Of course, education and also enhancing capacities and abilities is absolutely key, and we have to be all aware also for the purpose of our work in designing policies at the national level and ensuring that we have the correct tools for our authorities to be able to tackle these kind of challenges. But I will continue now with the next expert. I will give the floor to our colleague also from the UN system, from our sister or brother office, the United Nations Office of for Drugs and Crime, Mrs. Gaia Mantini from the Terrorism Prevention Branch. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, David, and thank you all. So, thank you for this opportunity today of, speaking about these big challenges that the international community is facing, so the exploitation of emerging technologies and particularly artificial intelligence for criminal purposes. Hopefully, in the time that I have at my disposal, I will be able to address as many interesting points as my colleagues. In my intervention, I will actually more following the indication in the agenda, highlighting some briefly some recommendations, touching always also briefly, unfortunately, what we should do to focus on what we should focus to implement this recommendation, what we can do, and especially what UNODC is doing. So, while technological development today cannot and should not also be stopped, it must be necessarily contained within an adequate legal framework, which has to be adequate and shared to make it a support and a complement to strategies in fight against terrorism and organized crimes. Simply highlighting a few points of the main resolution, we have from 2001, Resolution 1373, that lays the foundation for subsequent measures involving technological dimensions. We then pass through many others, but focusing specifically on 2396 of 2017, which calls for improved information sharing and better capacity of electronic evidence, and it emphasizes how it recognized the role of technology in facilitating terrorism and the necessity of promoting cooperation with the private sector, up to the most recent one on the topic of March 2024, which calls for advanced regulatory framework and national strategies to ensure ethical use of artificial intelligence. Well, it is under this umbrella that UNODC wants to highlight the importance of the Strategy 2021-2025 and the Global Programme on Preventing and Countering Terrorism made for the time frame of 2022-2027. This framework emphasizes the importance of developing comprehensive legal measures targeting the misuse of artificial intelligence and technologies in terrorism, particularly by focusing on the facilitating of sharing electronic evidence, as it was previously said, which are, of course, vital for prosecution and adjudication. So, enhancing law enforcement digital capabilities through specialized training and fostering international cooperations are also essential steps to further support this aim. And by collaborating with the private sector and upholding human rights, UNODC promotes a strong collective response to technology-related threats and ensures justice through effective evidence management. Further, UNODC strongly recommends and supports the development and the revision of data protections and laws policies to ensure the collection, the analysis, the use, the sharing of data are done in accordance with the rule of law and human rights. And UNODC also advises and assists the performance of privacy impact assessment within the context of countering terrorism and law enforcement measures. So, to give life to these visions, how can and should should this recommendation be translated then into policies and laws? There are a lot of topics we should focus on, and a lot more time should be used in this consideration, but for the time we have, we must consider just a few key aspects. for effective legislation to be focused on. First of all, it is essential for laws to explicitly criminalize the misuse of artificial intelligence and advanced technologies in terrorist activities, and this includes defining offenses related to online recruitment, actions aimed at radicalization, the use of drone and autonomous vehicles into attacks, the creation of deepfakes for misinformation, and the manipulation of biometric data. Also, legislative measures must mandate technology companies to preserve relevant data. They cannot, of course, force them to share the data, but to preserve when requested by law enforcement, as well as harmonizing the retention period among countries, establishing common standards of digital forensic for acquisition of the digital evidence, because exactly as he was saying, like otherwise the digital evidence remain an element in the investigation but cannot be admissible at trial for the adjudication then. And also create and focusing on clear procedure in the chain of custody to maintain the integrity of electronic evidence until the trial. Well, harmonizing laws among member states is crucial for combating transnational threats. And the framework, like the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, its additional protocols, and so the forthcoming United Nations Convention on Cybercrime provide foundation for cross-border collaboration. And when these treaties are not ratified or not in place, also strengthening mutual legal assistance with bilateral or multilateral treaties will enable quicker response in urgent situations. Government should adopt and implement consistently strong data protection and privacy law in line with existing standards, creating adequate safeguard and independent oversight mechanism around privacy and data protection, as well as creating common guidelines. As I was actually saying before, then the point of highlighting always human rights is particularly relevant, to establish shared standards for the use of artificial intelligence and advanced technologies in daily counter-terrorism strategies, ensuring from one side transparency and accountability in law enforcement operation, and that the instruments used by criminal justice system are objective and free from bias. Well, essential is also the engaging with the tech industry to provide an invaluable insight into the tools that may be exploited by terrorists, and supporting developing countries in educating their lawmakers. Law enforcement on handling electronic evidence is vital, ensuring that legislation remains relevant and effective, and is also allocating resources to sustain international organizations that provides capacity building for nations most in need. So what can be done to facilitate this process? Well, from one side, parliamentary assemblies can play a crucial role in supporting national parliaments by advocating for international standards, promoting the adoption of international guidelines, such as coming from the international treaties, urging national parliaments to comply and align domestic law accordingly, and secondly, advocate for technical assistance and capacity building to introduce for a funded program to enhance legislative capabilities of national parliaments in countering terrorism efforts. And these include coordinating tailored support requests to international organizations like UNODC, like OSCE, like all the United Nations agency on the topic. And well, while is not my primary role to address what parliamentary assemblies can do, I can instead confirm and show you very briefly, bring you to what we are doing as UNODC. Well, in response to the challenges faced by the international community, UNODC has replied to these challenges, among other initiatives, launching in 2017 the Global Initiative on Handling Electronic Evidence Across Border. I'm working on it now. It's 3 years I've been working implementing these initiatives, and is made to support member states in strengthening capacity to combat crimes committed through the exploitation of ICT, and especially on how to handle electronic evidence and how to share electronic evidence in a way that remain admissible at trial. So, led by the mentioned United Security Council resolution, UNODC is focusing on building capacity, and specifically building capacity of law enforcement authorities, building capacity of prosecutorial and judicial authorities, building capacity of central and competent authorities to share, to acquire, to use, to handle electronic evidence across border without spoiling their probative values. Well, this assistance has been implemented in the past 7 years through several work streams, including tailored intervention at national, regional, cross-regional and global level, and the development of numerous specialized technical tools. And firmly and first, one of the main, strong point of our initiative is that we strongly believe that fostering cooperation with the private sector is crucial. And for instance, under Resolution 2396 of 2017, member states were encouraged explicitly to enhance cooperation with the private sector, especially with ICT companies, in gathering digital data and evidence in cases related to terrorism and foreign fighters. So, well, in response to that, UNODC, in collaboration with CITED and the International Association of Prosecutors, produced the practical guide for requesting electronic evidence across border. I don't know if any of you have already used it or knows it, but it maps the relevant procedures and the available contact point of the major service providers, and it will help in the daily work criminal justice officials to identify the steps for request, for preserve, for gather electronic evidence respecting human rights standards. Well, moreover, with our substantive expertise and on-the-ground experience, UNODC is accompanying member states in drafting and reviewing relevant legal and policies framework on data protection and privacy, on handling electronic evidence, and we are also providing for who's interested model law on mutual legal assistance. Well, overall, helping countries assessing the risk associated with the use of artificial intelligence and technology processing and sharing data of personal data for crime prevention purposes. Has been noticed by the General Assembly with appreciation the ongoing work of UNODC to support their member state, and the General Assembly called UNODC and specifically the Terrorism Prevention Branch to further enhance provision of technical assistance. And this is what we are doing. Of course, it's not the time, and I don't have the time to go further into the details of all our program, but we are creating and keep working and implementing targeted program, developing initiatives and tools. And to conclude, I just would like to say that as technology keeps evolving and evolves, so is the response given by UNODC, and so is the work that is being doing by my team specifically, and the whole office, of course. And we are developing always more and strengthening expertise on artificial intelligence. We are focusing on the role of new tech, especially now currently in Vienna, in parallel is going on an expert group meeting to create the third annex to our practical guide with the financial tech private sector. So in order to gather information from the private companies in order to know how to get these electronic evidence that are related to finance, because of course those are always necessary to have during investigation for crimes, for transnational organized crimes and terrorism. And we are also conducting real-world and simulated exercise, including virtual reality scenarios, and that's what helped, for instance, with the great help and collaboration with Priyank and the work of Mythos Lab in the opening event of the G7 Rome Lyon group in Rome. And with that, I thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Gaia. There is no doubt we are before a complex topic, very technical topic. Raising awareness is very important, but I think this is a topic that needs also to go beyond raising awareness for the complexity and to enhance capacities. It needs also to enrich itself from the sharing of good practices that I've been very happy to see that we have done also during the morning of today, but also to include the recommendations or to take into consideration some of the recommendations that we have been hearing also to bring to our own work, especially to make sure that the international standards are well taken into consideration in the development of national policies and legislation. And of course, this is also a topic like itself, it is also very much linked to preventing and countering terrorism. It is a topic in which international cooperation is very much needed among countries and national parliaments and the parliamentary assemblies as a channel for that play a crucial role to ensure that international cooperation is in any case taken into consideration. Of course, the complexity is even bigger when we talk about the need also to balance issues like national security, global security, with the full respect of human rights. So the task is not easy, but we will continue working on that together, I'm pretty sure. And the last panelist that we have, I would like to give the floor to also to our dear colleague from the UN system, to Mrs. Jennifer Bramlett, that she is connecting online. She's very kind to connect from New York. She's the coordinator for Information and Communication Technology of the Counterterrorism Committee, Executive Directorate of the Counterterrorism Committee. She's going to bring us the experience that has been discussed also in a very crucial place in the UN, which is the UN Security Council. So I hope, Jennifer, you are connected. Please, you have the floor.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, David. Excellence, distinguished participants. I would firstly like to thank the organizers for inviting me, CTED, to address the assembled parliamentarians, representatives, and experts at this fourth Parliamentary Policy Dialogue. It is my pleasure to be here today to highlight the work of the Security Council's Counterterrorism Committee and its Executive Director at CTED on the topic of information and communications technologies and, more specifically, artificial intelligence. As a quick overview, CTED conducts technical assessments of member states' compliance with Security Council resolutions on counterterrorism and facilitates technical assistance to help states ameliorate shortfalls. We also gather and share good practices and identify emerging issues, trends, and developments relating to terrorism and counterterrorism. CTED draws its mandate on ICT from 16 Security Council resolutions and 5 key policy documents adopted by the Council over the past 23 years. Recently, Resolution 2617 of 2021 provided expanded mandate for emerging technologies. This was reiterated in the 2022 Delhi Declaration, which specifically highlights the increased use of unmanned aircraft systems, or UAS, new financial technologies, and ICT by terrorists and their supporters. Other speakers have already highlighted many of the threats of the misuse of AI by terrorists, and you've also heard how states are already using AI to counter terrorism. As such, I have refocused my remarks to highlight for you some of the key good practices that we've seen and also the major challenges identified through CTED's assessment work, as well as some suggested actions that states could take. Effective practices have been seen as they relate to safety by design, ethical programming, and the conduct of security and human rights impact assessments for AI and algorithm-driven systems, particularly for systems used in law enforcement and security, where bias and false positives can occur. CTED has also witnessed the positive impact of investment in digital and AI literacy programs for all levels of society, including with a view to building resilience to tech-accelerated propaganda, deep fakes, and disinformation, as well as understanding and addressing bias. The conduct of regular risk and readiness assessments is another good practice, although not nearly enough member states are doing it. In this regard, CTED encourages states to continuously evaluate threats, vulnerabilities, and risks of the malevolent use of ICTs and AI, and to revise their strategies for national security counterterrorism, and cybersecurity in ways that are proportionate and adaptable to evolving threats and emerging trends. CTED consistently stresses that risks should be identified based on evidence of existing use and predictable threats in context-specific circumstances. We also emphasize that states need to project their future resource, training, and equipment needs when assessing their own counterterrorism capacities, given the rapidity of technological advances. States must take a mind view of what do we need to order today so that when it finally arrives, it's actually useful. Although much has been accomplished, CTED's assessment work and dialogue with member states show that significant gaps remain with respect to AI. One of the biggest capacity gaps we note from our dialogue with member states is a shortage of tech talent and cutting-edge equipment in government entities. Build tech talent, attract it into government positions, and then retain that talent when the private sector and other avenues of employment offer greater financial rewards are all pressing questions with no simple or inexpensive solutions. But it is clear that exponential leaps in technology are resulting in ever wider capacity gaps between states when it comes to responsibly using advanced technologies. There's a growing gap between the states that are able to fully implement and employ the new tech coming in and states that are getting further and further away from this being able to happen. For this, CTED could suggest that states work together to build consensus for a global baseline or a minimum operating standard for government technological capacity. The international community and technologically advanced donor states would then need to provide capacity building through multilateral and bilateral means to these less capable countries in order to achieve this agreed minimum standard. That is one potential way forward. Another common shortfall observed in states across the globe is that criminal justice systems are not designed to address crimes committed through or by artificial intelligence. CTED assessors have been asked by authorities, how can we arrest a chatbot? How can we prosecute an AI? And these questions are not easy to answer, and we do not have a template solution. But we can stress that states need to update their laws, policies, and regulatory frameworks to ensure that they are applicable to terrorist crimes committed in online spaces and to crimes conducted using ICTs and artificial intelligence. Such frameworks need to take into account states' use of such systems as well, meaning that states need to have laws and policies that address their own use of AI and digital tools. They should additionally take into account the effect of continuous technological development so that they are as future-proof as possible, particularly given how long it takes to draft and get approved new legislation. Efforts need to be made to ensure that these laws are compliant with international human rights law, and human rights impact assessments are recommended to test for unintended consequences. It is also essential that the gendered impacts of new technologies in the fight against terrorism are recognized and taken into consideration in order to avoid bias and to ensure gender responsiveness. CTED notes that most states would benefit from technical assistance to enact such measures. When updating their strategies and other frameworks, CTED strongly advocates that a whole-of-society approach that involves a broad range of stakeholders be taken. This helps ensure that measures and policies around the use of AI and other new technologies are drafted in a comprehensive and holistic manner with necessary human rights protections built in from the beginning. Public-private partnerships with tech companies and civil society actors can also help states develop the technological tools and skills they need to effectively address threats stemming from the use of AI for terrorist purposes, as well as their own deployment of advanced technologies. Parliamentarians have a critical role in these common endeavors. As elected officials, parliamentarians serve as the bridge between the people and the government, as the lawmakers and the drivers and guardians of political will. The role played by parliamentarians is both crucial and necessary for building intergovernmental cooperation and crafting solutions for complex challenges. Let me conclude with a quick update on CTED's and the CTC's ongoing work to produce non-binding guiding principles for member states to counter the use of UAS, new payment technologies and fundraising methods, and ICT for terrorist purposes, as was tasked in the Delhi Declaration. The committee adopted the Abu Dhabi Guiding Principles on Threats Posed by the Use of UAS for Terrorist Purposes in December 2023, and they are readily available on the CTC's website, with ICAO, with Interpol, and through other sources. The committee is currently negotiating the other two sets of non-binding guiding principles on CFT, countering financing of terrorism, looking at these new payment methods and online financial tools, and also ICT, respectively. The CTED draws great value from our ongoing cooperation with the many partners in the room and is committed to enhancing our common efforts to combat terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I think you have covered the issue that complete indeed not only the panel, but also the three sessions that we have been conducting during the day of today. We analyzed the challenges and the threats and also the opportunities, and we had the possibility to see really in a real way which are those threats and the risks that we face on the misuse of artificial intelligence to counter terrorism. And then we also share the good practices, specifically good parliamentary practices that is very important to take into consideration by finalizing with international standards, and specific recommendations and experiences of international and regional organizations, and specifically the work of the Security Council with regard to this very specific topic. So I think we are now going to open the floor. We still have 25 minutes before we conclude this session. I have, for the time, three speakers that want to intervene. And I will start with Honorable Nathalie Goulet, Senator of France. Please, you have the floor.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord, je voudrais m'excuser parce que j'ai dû sortir, vous savez, la situation.
Excuse me, the situation in France is very complex, so I would like to thank the panelists, and I have a question. As I've been in the Senate for 17 years, and we don't know your work very, very much, and we do not know much about the different UN agencies. Do you think that you should have more precise communication, not to representatives of OC or others, but a communication targeted to parliamentarians, to the French Senate? For example, we have a lack of information. And the second thing, as I said this morning, training. I think that one of our priorities should be training on new technologies, and we have to promote the unthinkable, because we do not actually measure the challenges of artificial intelligence. Sometimes with the business community or with entrepreneurs, banks, I think we have to put all stakeholders and the civil society around the table, because otherwise we're going to have a technological catastrophe due to lack of understanding and training about the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Goulet. We are going to gather all the interventions, and then we will give the floor. I will give the floor to the experts again. I would like to continue with the second intervention. Honorable Suleiman Serkani, Deputy Speaker of the Algerian National People's Assembly. Please, you have the floor.
تحية طيبة للجميع، شاكرا لكل المحاضرين والأساتذة على تدخلاتهم. الحديث عن إطار قانوني دولي يجمعنا لمنع استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في محاربة الإرهاب أمر مهم ومهم جدا، لكن ونحن في روما ونظام روما متعدد الأطراف.
Sorry, just one second, because we don't have the interpretation. We need to make sure that we have the interpretation to really understand all the intervention, please. Okay, yeah, please.
إذا أعيد تحية طيبة جديدة متجددة لكم، شاكرا لكل المتدخلين على كلماتهم ومشاركاتهم.
No, we don't have the interpretation connected.
Thank you very much to all the speakers.
Please continue.
تحية طيبة. إذا
So I would like to thank all the people who intervened today. Everything is so interesting. That is helping us in understanding what kind of regulatory framework we should have to counter terrorism and the misuse of artificial intelligence. We are here in Rome, and I am thinking about the agreement signed in Rome to launch the International Criminal Court. The UN should actually reflect on human rights on a global level, but are these rules really enforced? So we have seen a lot of memorandums of understanding. We've seen a lot of reports, and even some countries that are part of the Rome Agreement, they are ignoring these recommendations, and now we are here discussing about something that has to do with new laws. So why should we have a new regulatory framework if then the rules are not enforced in the countries that set up this new framework? So how is this possible for a law to have a meaning if it is not enforced? Because some states feel very strong and they don't want to enforce these rules. But these rules really must be implemented, and because otherwise they have no meaning.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We also take note of your comment. I would like to give the floor now to His Excellency Fouad Sibuta from the Arab Parliament. Please, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد دافيد.
Thank you to all the experts who presented a series of proposals that can contribute to blocking the misuse of artificial intelligence by terrorists. This is an old but a new problem also. For example, when terrorism arrived in the Middle East, in Sahel, and in Africa, before was a request on the part of the international community to have weapons or to fight against the terrorist organizations through intelligence, through economic support, through the cooperation among police forces. But there are many, many aspects that can be considered in view of cooperation. But now we are talking about artificial intelligence. So this is a great evolution of technology, and everybody can take advantage of these technologies by people who serve humanity and those who want to destroy it. We are talking about a lot of people who create corruption within society. Now we have a new problem. We are talking about what kind of laws, what kind of regulatory framework we should have to prevent terrorists from using these technologies. Well, I think that the real issue here has something to do with the capacity and the will of the civil society to spread these technologies in poor countries, because these are the countries targeted by terrorists, because generally advanced countries are more instruments to counter terrorism. So the countries that are vulnerable are the ones who really need the technology. So is the international community able to expand this technology so that the poorest countries can counter terrorism. We've seen that this is a real need. So the use of new technologies can be implemented by terrorists to strike back.
Thank you very much, Excellency. We also take note of your comment. I would like to give the floor now to the next intervention. Honorable Paula Cardoso from OSCE PA, please.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you to all the excellent presentations I have heard here. My concern is about prevention. And I have a question. What are nowadays terrorists propose? First of all, we have the bomb attack, massive attacks, but that's not the problem now. It's the problem, it's not only the problem, but also dissemination of false and fake news or videos with the purpose of manipulating thinking, influencing electoral results, or provoke social chaos, deliberate spread disease, computer attacks in the health, defense, or other important sectors of the state. Because I'm talking about prevention because it's important to legislate and condemn terrorism attack. But if the crime was already committed, we are running behind the problem. My contribution and my concern is to make a reflection about the role of education in this problem. Education is training. Education is provide digital literacy. Education is dialogue to harmonization of school curricula, including subject of digital literacy, but especially citizenship, respecting fundamental rights and humanism. We must not forget that we have different levels of education in different countries. We have such different stories, countries with education, gender education, people who are educated and people who are going to school and people who are not going to school. And if you have a robust project beginning in school, we should educate and prepare future citizens, always in the respect for the individual freedom, but giving them mental and emotional tools capable of defending of malicious use of artificial intelligence and empowering themselves in a critical way. So my question is, isn't the education a question, the rule to prevent, not to run behind the problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Cardoso, for the question and for the comment. I still have 3 interventions, so I will now give the floor to Honorable Abdelwahab Jacobi from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, President. Donc, merci aux valeureux intervenants pour ce survol de la régulation de l'intelligence artificielle et la normalisation et la standardisation. Donc, comme l'a mentionné mon collègue Marco Emmanuel.
Said by Marco Emmanuel. So I would like to thank the courageous speakers who talked about the regulatory framework for artificial intelligence, as already pointed out by Marco Emmanuel. There are already some regulatory frameworks to regulate artificial intelligence, and especially this happened after the coming into force of the EU law. But any regulatory framework has also to be in line with international law, the human rights and individual freedoms. So the APM states are already working on this regulatory framework, and I would like to mention the case of Algeria. In fact, in Algiers, there is an African conference with many ministries and also AI startups, and they are trying to work together to create regulations. So I would like also to mention the United Arab Emirates because they're very active in following up these technologies. And they're also studying the ethical approach to these technologies. So at the level of the Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly that is going to organize its 19th conference in Rome. And I would like to seize the opportunity to invite you all to this General Assembly. And so at the request of the member states of this Parliamentary Assembly, we have organized a seminar on the regulation of artificial intelligence in the spring of 2025, and we are committed together with international organizations to follow up the legal framework and to oversee the compliance with the law. And so I think all parliamentary assemblies should have an independent working group to work on this dimension at the national and at the international level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jacobi. I would like now to give the floor to Honorable Aliou Ngweye from the African Parliamentary Union, please.
Ok, merci beaucoup, cher David Almos.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Alamos. First of all, I would like to say that the various interventions have been quite pertinent. They have provided us with a lot of explanations and a lot of proposals in terms of the use of artificial intelligence and new technologies by terrorists. And now I have questions on what we have to do as members of parliaments, or what we can and must do. And this is very important because our role in this fight is determinant, is of crucial importance. And so I ask my question to all the panelists. How can the UN Office for Counterterrorism to strengthen this fight? Because in some countries there are laws that have been voted already. For instance, in Mali, we have passed a law to fight cybercriminality, sanctioning any form of apology to terrorism on social media by publishing images or by posting videos for propaganda and widespreading of terrorism. And so the criminal code and the code of criminal procedure, i.e. the regulatory framework for any type of sanction or repression action against the apology of terrorism and against terrorism. So how can you help the members of parliament to fight better against that? It is also important to stress the importance of the role of young people and women in this fight, because new technologies do help communication. Internet, radios are used mostly by the young people. It's them who use it. So if we analyze today the various risks and we look at the terrorists that put bombs and kill civilians, well, we see that the number of young people is very high among them. Most of them are young people. So what is the answer? that we can give to the young people and the civil society to bring them on the right path and to make them aware of the danger to put themselves in the hands of terrorists? And one last question. How do you think you're going to position yourselves as key actor in the fight against terrorism? This is important too. So beyond words, it is important to carry out actions at all levels. I believe the Honorable Natalie mentioned education, mentioned training. This is very important. We have to strengthen the abilities and capacities of the members of parliament on all these elements connected to the use of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Weye. We also take note of your questions. And finally, I would like to give the floor to the last intervention, Honorable Gennaro Migliore from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, David. Just a small comments, starting from the consideration of the colleague, because the point is that the multilateralism is being weakened. It's true, the multilateralism doesn't work, but is actually the only way to proceed for all our organization, our parliaments and government. But I want to express some concern about another thing, because today we have a lot of very interesting debates and comments. But we need also to deal with not only with the output of the AI, but also with the infrastructure, with the supply chain, with its consumption of energy, with the production of a chip, because how to understand who is the supply chain owner, we are able to understand how to regulate and who regulate for the future. Because this race on the new technologies and the implementation that we saw this morning between new technologies, quantum chip, activity on the social media and other things of this kind, we have to understand how to control also the supply chain and the production of the artificial intelligence, because it's possible to manipulate the artificial intelligence that is available for everybody, but as we understand today, it's also positive activity that can change the output of that to influence in a malicious way the activity of the artificial intelligence itself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Migliore, for the intervention. I'm going now to give the floor again back to the panelists, to the experts. And since we are close to the end of the session, I would very much appreciate if we can just summarize in a couple of minutes, maybe comprehensive response to the series of several questions that we have received. I would like to start with you, Akvil, please.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for very relevant comments. I can't hear my voice and speak at the same time. Sorry. So, yeah, so regarding the questions and the comments, so I think parliamentarians, they need to play a role in regulating, understanding the threat and regulating and legislating the use of new technologies and overseeing the use and implementation of the laws that they adopt. And we as a program, we are very happy to engage with parliamentarians through David's program in raising awareness and understanding of the threats stemming from new technologies. And I know that today a lot of people spoke about public-private partnerships, but in my team, we sometimes say that another P is missing in this. Where are the people really? So I think with the engagement of parliamentarians, we can bring this additional P into the discussion about new technologies, where they represent the voice of people, what people really want. But speaking about artificial intelligence and what it can do and cannot do, both for prevention and counterterrorism, I would suggest to look at AI in a simplified manner as a tool. It can do a lot. It is basically a massive performance enhancement, both for our efforts to prevent and counter terrorism and also for terrorists to enhance. And AI is actually doing already a lot in helping prevent terrorists, to identify the networks, the social networks that they are using to disrupt them. So it can be also used for very good purposes in counter-terrorist domain. On capacity building, yes, it is a very important part of our efforts to help those countries that do not have enough resources to develop necessary responses. And my program, together with our partners from different countries, are delivering capacity building assistance on artificial intelligence to member states in Africa, to member states in Latin America and Caribbean, to member states in Europe as well, to member states in South Asia and Pacific, to member states in Central Asia. We're helping the law enforcement to understand how they can use AI for counterterrorism and where AI cannot add added value, what capacities they need to have in place, how to use AI for investigation. We are providing training, and now we started a new project there to support them not only through the training but also to establishing the training in their own national police academy so that they can take the ownership and deliver the training either locally or regionally. In terms of tooling, I don't think we as an entity are ready, but to deliver the tools, AI tools to member states for now, because as mentioned also by another speaker's, infrastructures needs to be in place, capacities, technological capacities in institutions need to be in place, electricity also in some countries. So, but we are thinking of that. So very shortly I would stop on that and leave other panelists to elaborate.
Thank you very much, Akvil. Over to you, Mr. Said, for...
Look, I agree with everything you just said, so rather than go through line by line, maybe I'll address some themes I think that were common amongst all of the interventions. That was about communication, training, education, all cut from the same cloth. Absolutely agree that we need to do more, especially communicating with parliamentarians. I think you heard each one of us, and I would venture to guess my colleague from CTED will say the same thing. Our normal course of action is not to engage with parliamentarians. This is something new that we've been doing over the last, for me, for the last 2 years, just trying to get a better understanding of what the needs are globally and how those needs can be addressed by you. Normally, when you look at the rule of law, a lot of the laws that are in place have been in place for some time, and they've worked. And I think what you've seen throughout the course of today is that when you talk about emerging technologies, they are new. And you don't have necessarily the laws and the regulatory framework to overlap of the new technology that we're dealing with. I can tell you from my old days as a prosecutor, it was very easy. You find a case, you look in the code, you find the crime, you charge it, easy. But as the crimes get more sophisticated, as the crimes involve new technology, I can guarantee you every code book that I've ever used to find a criminal case does not have the word crypto in it. So now we have to get better at developing the laws, developing the regulatory framework so that we, and you specifically, develop the tools that we all need to move forward. The last thing I'll say is a very important point made about multilateralism, because I think you're right. We all are being told to do more with less. Multilateralism, it's not dying, but it's not growing. And it's becoming a much more difficult conversation to have when every decision is based on consensus and trying to get UN resolutions passed. I don't want to speak for the United Nations, but I can tell you the conversations have been difficult. So I think the more we focus on the role of multilateralism, the better off we'll be down the road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said. Over to you, Mrs. Kaya.
Thank you so much. Well, for sure, what is clear, and has been clear since a couple of these high-level international meetings, is that more clarification on what we are specifically doing is needed to be provided. And I'm happy to be the one providing you with information of the work of UNODC, and specifically my team that's working on electronic evidence. We are, as said, also evolving into this all artificial intelligence and new specializing on this, and focus on fintech now. But well, as you know, we are not the one bringing technology physically to countries. Need to empower them, but we are hoping to do it by building capacity, creating tools that every day can be used by law enforcement agency, central authorities, and whoever involved in the sharing and requesting of electronic evidence. We have actually, besides the practical guide, which is the most notable tool that has been developed under the umbrella of the global initiative, we have several tools. On the Sherlock portal, I am happy to compile our work and share it with you, but if you go on the Sherlock portal, on the electronic evidence initiative, you have there at least, let's say, one-stop window with all our tools, and all of those are publicly available. Also notice that all the tools that we are working on and with normally can be customized and tailored. So I'm happy to engage with anyone thinks that maybe their country is in need of any specific support. We have some global workshop or more like standard, let's say, operational work that we are doing, but as well we are tailoring it ad hoc. Even the practical guide now is tailored for a specific country. We have the one for Pakistan, we have for India, for the Maldives. Their specific legislation, so to help the specific practitioner of that countries in actually everyday work on that in an easier way. And yes, I'm happy to engage and go further on the details of our work with anyone interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gaia. Over to you, Jennifer, online, if you hear me.
I hear you. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, interventions as the interpretation doesn't come through to my ears, but I will answer as much as I can. Firstly, when it comes to cooperation with parliamentarians, actually CTED has a long-standing tradition of holding discussions with parliamentarians during our country visits and in our regular dialogue with member states. We've also had a very close relationship with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean over a number of years. And we really commend the work that they've done recently to adopt 2 resolutions, one specifically dealing with AI and the new report that they've come out with just recently on preventing the malicious use of AI. We do work very closely with PAM and with parliamentarians in other member states, and I would encourage parliamentarians in the room today to work with your government authorities as well at the ministries of foreign affairs, at your ministries of interior, to make sure that we are connected, and that when CTED does come to do an assessment visit in your country, that you are part of it, because you are a crucial part of what is needed to form solutions. I would say, too, that when we're looking at solutions, it's going to be very important to, as we've talked, to work multilaterally, to work internationally. And one of the things that we always hear about terrorism is that terrorism has no borders. I mean, terrorists do have to travel, they do have to find a way across borders, but they do seem to be, terrorist groups do seem to be able to collaborate and recruit and operate in a relatively borderless environment, despite our border control efforts. And the internet is even more so. There is no way to stop the internet to come through a country other than to cut a cable. And we're all reliant on these cables to move data and everything else. So that is not a solution. What could be a solution is for member states to work together collaboratively, whether regionally or internationally, to set definitions. And I know nobody in the UN likes to use the word definitions. We're not looking to define terrorism, but we could set definitions for how to, or to what constitutes a hate crime, what constitutes illicit use of the internet for terrorist recruitment purposes. We could come to some agreements as to what those things are and how to counter them. When it comes down to purely national interests, for example, the best case I can quote is from the United States, where one state decided to ban TikTok in its state. How does that work? And so banning platforms in countries isn't necessarily a solution. Cutting cables is never a solution. So we have to find other cross-border solutions. And finally, I would encourage parliamentarians to lean in and engage where there are forums already active. For example, the Internet Governance Forum, which is taking place in Saudi Arabia in just a few weeks, few days even. It is a wonderful opportunity for parliamentarians to hear what is happening out there and to become engaged. The IGF is running a parliamentarian track specifically for you to have insight into these various conversations and input into them. And so where there are forums like the IGF and other such things, I encourage you to become involved. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And with that, I would like to conclude this panel by saying just two things. The first one is that one of the purposes of these policy dialogues is to encourage and to facilitate, of course, a discussion, which I think that we have been doing during the whole day, and also to encourage you to look at what you need, what are the needs out of this kind of discussion that we have had. And of course, my colleagues here and my office, we are absolutely at your disposal. So I have here some of the questions regarding how can we support. We can support, we are willing to support, we are ready to support. So the point is that if you have a specific need, we have a constant communication, I know, but it is very important that you let us know, you tell us what you have in mind, what you need, and then we can start a discussion to understand how can we tailor the response to the specific need that you have, or to work together if it is a specific joint contribution that we could do. And of course, in the case of the Parliamentary Engagement Office, we will do, as usual, a cross-cutting response, considering and counting on all our allies of regional and international organizations, so that we can have a concrete outcome and result with the support. And the second that I wanted to also, before I conclude, is to thank each of the experts, of the four panelists, for sharing their experiences, their knowledge, and also for offering support to you. It has been very enlightening to listen to each of the presentations, and thanks also to all of you for your attention and for your contribution and intervention to this session. So with that, I would like to conclude the session. It's the last session of the day. So we are going to prepare the table here for the closing remarks so that we can be on time for leaving the space here for the next session and going further to the fantastic tour that we will have.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, thank you very much. stay here? You want to move somewhere? No, okay. I didn't read the note. Present. Yeah. But I need to thank also. Why you see sometimes? Huh? It's not time one.
So Masari is an online address, it's not a virtual.
This is what I think. That's why you need to double check. It says virtual. Check it out. What do you know? Hello.
You did a very good job then.
We are more or less on time.
Yes. Yes.
You see?
Honestly, yes.
Yeah. I was confident that we would, coming on the beginning of the morning.
It's not the beginning, it's towards the end.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. The assessment is at the end, it's not at the beginning.
Everybody got used to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And everybody spoke, We want to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But they didn't give a lecture.
It's not a mess.
I got it in the morning.
Yeah.
More than 10 minutes. I think longer than the panelists.
Ambassador Masari, he will talk. Okay. No, virtual, but not an online address. He will participate virtually.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yes.
He's the ambassador of Italy in New York to the UN.
Yes.
It's good, yeah. So we do like this morning, so you take the floor just to conclude and then you give the floor to the rest of the people, you think? Like the same as
Whichever you want, yes.
I think it's easy because you're going to be the first one.
Yeah.
So,
then I can,
and you're the chair of the delegation.
I can give the floor to the rest of the group. How many we are going to be?
4. We're going to be, we got the first one, okay?
Am I?
Yeah, the first one is not, okay, because he already spoke to this meeting. So you will be the first one. Then is the Ambassador Masari, virtual.
Very nice.
So this one is not.
No more. He spoke in our panel.
He spoke, yeah, exactly. So then it's you. Then it's the Ambassador virtually, he's connected. Then it's me. And then it's...
Perfetto.
Yeah.
Già, sono perfetto.
Questore. This is going to be virtual.
Oh, good. We're on time.
How many minutes?
Yeah, more or less. So we need to be more or less like, I would say like 4:34, maximum for 40 minutes, but it's going to be.
Oh, good, eh? Don't touch it.
No,
everything will destroy, will collapse.
Oh my God.
Looks like auto-destruction.
Just arrived from Brussels. Yeah, you're from Brussels now. He's leaving tomorrow at 10 o'clock. He's going with me to the Doha Forum. So 10 at night. So it was a very interesting discussion, no, the whole day.
It's a long one. Yes. From 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the evening.
It's a full day.
Yeah. I woke up.
My God.
Yeah. Yes. Participating in the short visit.
Okay. Really? You have some medicine?
Yeah. They need to turn on. Parole.
Is the commission
Sir,
of the Camera.
I'm very pleased to meet you there.
Piacere.
I'm the head of the CCT of the CPA. I'm a Turkish, one of the members of the Turkish delegation. I am very pleased to meet you.
Lui è il presidente.
Yeah. Grazie.
Si rischia di uscire. E di dare
Shall I start? Yeah. Yes, excuse me. Entschuldigen Sie. Pardon me. Ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. We're about to finish then. Yes. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we gathered to finalize today's session, and we are now trying to perform the closing remarks. Dear President, esteemed participants, distinguished guests, as we come to the conclusion of today's parliamentary policy dialogue on countering the use of AI and the new technologies for terrorist purposes, I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers and participants for their steadfast engagement and invaluable insights. I found our discussions to be informative and thought-provoking. They helped us to better frame how AI and other new technologies can be misused for terrorist purposes through a valuable exchange of experiences and expertise, of course. We also looked at some innovative approaches to tackle this phenomenon and learned more about the international framework. Today's deliberations have made clear that a unified approach across borders and perspectives is essential to effectively confront the threats and challenges stemming from these new technologies. Only united we stand a chance. We should therefore strive to develop a comprehensive whole of society strategy, one that focuses on youth and gender, but also actively involves big tech and private enterprises that are instrumental in the development and deployment of AI technologies. This inclusive strategy is essential for building resilience, fostering positive change, and strengthening our collective resolve to address these pressing challenges. The insights shared today provide a critical foundation for building stronger and more secure societies. I encourage each of you to take the ideas and good practice discussed here in Rome back to your parliaments, assemblies and communities, because there is a kind of chain of effect. Our work does not end with this dialogue. Quite the contrary, it begins with our shared commitment to transform these discussions into concrete actions for the benefit of all. As parliamentarians, policymakers, and advocates, our commitment to protecting our societies from emerging threats has never been more critical. In closing, I want to reiterate my deepest gratitude to our gracious host, the Italian Parliament, of course, for following us to gather in this amazing building in the eternal city, Rome, of course, because every road goes to Rome anyway, as we do now. Thank you, President Zoffili. I would like to thank you. And Vice Chair Loperfido, my dear friend, and Ms. Gallardini for your wonderful hospitality and for all your work behind the scenes. Being in Italy is always a marvelous experience for every and each of us in this hall. I would also like to commend the work of our organizing team, starting from our United Nations OECD partners all the way down to our International Secretariat, and, of course, to the invaluable work of our interpreters. I hope that now you can enjoy Rome for the rest of the day and by night, of course. And thank you, and I would like to see you tomorrow as well. Now, I am blushed. Within this session, I would like to, give the floor to Ambassador Maurizio Massari.
Online.
Online.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Ambassador, can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, and good morning to all of you, distinguished members of Parliament, Excellencies. I'm honored to deliver some remarks at the end of this important dialogue on a matter of global importance, the intersection of artificial intelligence and terrorism, and the efforts of the United Nations to address the related challenges and opportunities. Terrorist groups are increasingly exploiting AI for harmful purposes, including using autonomous drones and AI-driven systems for targeted attacks, creating deepfakes to spread misinformation and recruit followers, launching AI-powered cyber attacks on critical infrastructures, and leveraging AI on the dark web for encrypted communications and evasions of law enforcement. In response, the United Nations has intensified efforts to counter these trends. The Pact for the Future, this important document, was approved by the leaders of the world last September, emphasizes how to address the misuse of emerging technologies for terrorism, while the UN Office of Counterterrorism, UNOCT, has launched initiatives such as the Counterterrorism Tech Plus to bolster law enforcement capabilities. Furthermore, on December 17, the General Assembly will adopt the new UN Convention on Cybercrime that will allow a more effective international cooperation to address the growing misuse of digital tools by criminal organizations, including terrorists. In this context, I'm also pleased to recall that the UN General Assembly in March this year approved a resolution proposed by Italy establishing the International Day for Preventing and Combating Organized Crime, which was celebrated last 13th of November in New York with a seminar attended by 40 countries and the inauguration of an important exhibition dedicated to the fight against organized crime in our country. As here at the United Nations, Italy is active on several fronts, and we actively promote a vision of safe, secure, and reliable AI in cooperation with, of course, with our European partners, and supporting the very strong efforts in this area by the Secretary General Guterres. And this is particularly evident in the adoption of the Global Digital Compact, a document outlining a roadmap for global AI governance based on scientific rigor, political dialogue, and the acceleration of sustainable development goals through new technologies. Our contribution to the text approved as an annex of the Pact of the Future last September has aimed at overcoming the digital divide between developed and developing countries. In fact, we believe it is crucial to ensure that all nations can benefit from AI, requiring an inclusive approach that involves public and private stakeholders, as well as all facets of civil society. Capacity building, training, and targeted and strategic development financing directed to developing countries and the African continent in particular are critical to support this endeavor, while ensuring in parallel that human rights are protected, promoted, and fulfilled throughout the process. The importance of a stronger cooperation for a safe AI has also been at the center of the Italian presidency of the G7, as you know. The final declaration of Capri and Borgo Ignazia contributed to ensuring that the new technologies align with the shared ethical principles. And as Prime Minister Meloni stated in her address to the UN General Assembly, and here I quote her, it is necessary to develop governance.
Recording in progress.
It is necessary to develop governance mechanisms and ensure that AI remains human-centered and human-controlled, giving concrete applications to the concept of algorithmics. I close the quotation, I end the quotation. Italy is also active on numerous other multilateral platforms alongside the partner countries to advocate for safe, human-centric, inclusive AI that respects human rights. This includes the Council of Europe, the OECD, the UNESCO, and the Conference on Disarmament, among other groups and coalitions. We are fully committed on every front, and let me also recall the importance of the Seoul Declaration on Responsible AI of May of this year, that building on the Bletchley Declaration emphasizes the importance of international collaboration to ensure AI is used ethically and responsibly. Going back specifically to the United Nations activities in this area, I'm particularly glad to recall that just last Monday, the UN General Assembly has approved a new resolution on the artificial intelligence in the military domain and its implications for international peace and security. This comes after the adoption of a series of resolutions focusing on the relation between AI, sustainable development, and human rights in the last 12 months. Furthermore, the Security Council will convene on December 19th under the US presidency to discuss the way forward to seize the promise of and mitigate the risks associated with the deployment of artificial intelligence on international peace and security, including the risk that AI technologies could be used to threaten UN peacekeepers and personnel, and the opportunity for AI to be used to mitigate risks of civilian casualties in conflicts, building on previous discussion on this topic started by the Council since July last year, July 2023. I also would like to stress the efforts of Italy, together with the EU countries, in the United Nations open-ended working group on the information and telecommunications in the context of international security to establish a UN framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace. The last thing also I'd like to mention, which is I think is important, as a result of the adoption of the Global Digital Compact that I mentioned earlier on, the UN is now working on the establishment of international panel of independent experts on AI, which will, as it happens with the climate change, will regularly monitor and assess the risks and opportunities of AI and its applications in different spheres. So in conclusion, let me say that your conference today confirmed that the challenge imposed by terrorism in the age of artificial intelligence requires a multifaceted approach that combines technological innovation, law enforcement collaboration, and public awareness. Investing in advanced AI technologies to bolster cybersecurity defenses, enhancing international cooperation to combat transnational crime, and educating the public on safe online practices are essential steps in fighting terrorism. It is also to involve private ICT companies in helping us addressing this challenge. But together, and also thanks to the United Nations framework, we can turn the tide against terrorism and ensure a safer and more secure digital future for all of us. These were my remarks. I thank you very much for having me today, and again, congratulations for this important initiative. Thank you.
Grazie, Ambassador Massori, for your very critical contribution to our closing remarks. Just before giving the microphone to my friend David Alamos, I see that Dr. Reinhold Lopotka is here. I would like to welcome him, who is the previous president of ad hoc committee and chair of the presidency of the coordination mechanism of parliamentary assemblies. Reinhold, nice to see you again here. Thank you. And now, David, mic is yours then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aydin. Also happy to see Honorable Lopatka with us. Well, we conclude a very long day, very long and interesting discussions, enriched by each of the presentations and interventions that we have had from different angles, from national parliaments and members of parliaments, from parliamentary assemblies, experts, civil society, regional organizations, international organizations also, of course. But I do think that we have already a good platform after the discussion to continue working together in this very challenging topic. I'm going to share with you as concluding remarks some key takeaways that we have summarized. Have a fantastic team that has been able to summarize in few bullet points the discussions that were very dense that we have had today, and I would like to share them with you. And we have divided that in three main aspects: observations, challenges, and recommendations. So basically, and as you know, we will be sharing the outcome document, but this is just the initial key takeaways that we have understood from the discussion. So regarding the observations, I would like to start with the one that artificial intelligence is a technology that presents both opportunities and risks, and governments need to properly regulate its use. These technologies grow exponentially, and regulatory measures often cannot keep up with technological development. Artificial intelligence is used by terrorist organizations to produce and use weaponized drones and deepfakes in many conflict zones. There are also new risks associated with the use of artificial intelligence, such as damaging the artificial intelligence that generates distorted information. Terrorist organizations increasingly exploit artificial intelligence for their propaganda and recruitment. In recent years, they have substantially advanced in exploiting new technologies for their malicious purposes. Artificial intelligence can be efficiently used by law enforcement to prevent and counter cybersecurity crimes, including those committed with artificial intelligence and other new technologies. And artificial intelligence can be effectively used for de-radicalization, including of former terrorist fighters and members of extremist groups and organizations. As per challenges, I would like to highlight the following, starting by the development and introduction of robust policies, responses, and measures to regulate the use of artificial intelligence and other new technologies require a new mindset. The international community at national, regional, and global levels must realize and accept that these are irreversible and inevitable processes. The only way to mitigate potential negative effects is to make efforts to regulate these processes. There is an immediate need to introduce and implement artificial intelligence literacy programs, not only for young generation, children and youth, but primarily for parliamentarians, policymakers, law enforcement, and civil servants. Adequate familiarity with artificial intelligence and new technologies is critical to addressing the challenges associated with these technologies. There is a need to approach the issue of the use of artificial intelligence and new technologies from a humanistic perspective, primarily considering the benefits and good they bring to communities. And finally, over-regulation should not hinder technological development. Any regulatory responses should not come at the expense of the liberty of technological progress and economic freedom. And for the recommendations, I would like to highlight the following. In 2024, various policy documents were developed and adopted by national parliaments in different parts of the world, as well as several resolutions adopted by parliamentary assemblies, including by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, European Parliament, Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, Arab Parliament, PASE, and others. Strong national legislation is needed to regulate the use of artificial intelligence and new technologies based on dialogue between government, civil society, the private sector, and other relevant actors. Social cohesion is an essential condition and a central element in any legislative and policy-making process. It is essential for the law to explicitly criminalize the misuse of artificial intelligence and new technologies for criminal purposes, including terrorism. Establishing common standards for digital forensic and electronic evidence is necessary. Legislation in the sphere of artificial intelligence and new technologies should be harmonized. There should be efficient measures for the protection of data and personal information in a human rights compliant manner. And finally, parliamentary assemblies are well placed to raise awareness, promote international standards, and advocate for technological assistance to counterterrorism measures. So this is basically the first key takeaways. You see, it's very comprehensive, it's very challenging. I would like just to insist what I have said in the conclusion of the previous session, that we are here to support, we are here to work together, so please do not hesitate to reach out to us. This is a very complex matter. We can facilitate to bring expertise from those who has. You have seen also that we had very interesting presentations the day of today. So please, as said, we are ready and we are willing to work together. And I would like to finalize by thanking, a special thanks, especially and first, of course, to the Italian Parliament. We have really enjoyed, and we are enjoying today and tomorrow, this fantastic venue. Thank you very much, Honorable Trancassini and Honorable Zoffili, for allowing us to conduct this event in this fantastic and important and relevant venue. I would like also to extend our gratitude to the Shura Council that is supporting us in all the activities that we carry out and in the initiatives. And of course, a special thanks to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Honorable Aydin, thank you very much for all the support that we get from the Parliamentary Assembly. Special thanks also to the Secretariat of the Parliamentary Assembly, to Marco Bonavello for all the support that we receive in all these activities. And of course, a special thanks to you all, to members of the Parliament, to the Parliamentary Assemblies, for your participation, your active intervention, and for all the discussion that really have, I think, have reached a very important and interesting level. Finally, my special thanks to the experts. Really, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge, expertise, for being ready to work with us and with all the parliamentary assemblies. And yeah, finally, of course, to all the other persons that have made possible to do this event, to my team and to the team of the Italian Parliament and to the interpreters. Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I hope that we will enjoy now the fantastic tour that we have. Thank you very much, Honorable Aydin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, David, for your very professional burden sharing of this organization. And now I am turning to my left and would like to give the floor to dear Honorary Commissioner of the Chamber of Deputies of Italian Parliament, Honorable Paolo Trancassini. Yes, I did manage. Yes, floor is yours, sir.
Grazie, buonasera a tutti. Illustri
Good evening, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. You know that you've had a very, very busy day. This is the last presentation, and for sure, and I'll try to be brief. So I'm very happy to welcome you to the Chamber of Deputies on the occasion of the 4th Parliamentary Dialogue on policies to counter the misuse of artificial intelligence and new technologies by terrorists. I would like to thank the Italian delegation, especially President Zoffili and our friend Mr. Loperfido and Mrs. Giovedì for their hard work, and all the people from all the staff of the Chamber of Deputies. I would like to extend my greetings to the foreign guests and the Italian delegation, pulling together parliamentary assemblies to deal with the international challenges with a shared approach. And I would like to thank you on behalf of Italian citizens for all the work you're doing and for this crucial debate. This is an opportunity to share our views on global security and the use of artificial intelligence, but this was also the opportunity to be here in Rome, the most beautiful city in the world, or also as beautiful as the cities where you come from. And you have the opportunity to visit this wonderful palace, which is a temple of our democracy. And this palace is really fascinating, and it has a very important architecture, wonderful works of art. And we're here inside this room, which is the room of the world map, one of the most beautiful halls of the Chamber of Deputies. But we will start talking about the budget law here. And so as of Monday, we are going to discuss the budget law, and we are going to evaluate any single amendment. So the majority and the opposition will debate in this room during the day, but also, if necessary, during the evening. And so they will also celebrate the right of democracy with an exchange of ideas to try and find a trade-off in the interest of the nation. At the end of my presentation, you will visit the library of this parliament, and you will really appreciate it. And tonight you will be hosted on the Samakuto restaurant, a beautiful terrace. This is the first time we use this terrace for an event. And it's a great pleasure to use this terrace with this event, because this is the way in which we can tell you that we're very pleased to host you, how important it is to have these debates in our parliament. So I would like to wish you a wonderful evening, and I hope that since it's 7, the budget committee is going to meet. Since I am in this committee, I hope I will have time to have a toast with you. Thank you.
Cassini, thank you very much for such a very impacting closing remarks. And I do not want to utter any farewell words, because we just, played the first half of the game. So tomorrow we are going to carry on then. And I just can only wish you a very good evening and a good visit to the library of the Chamber of Deputies, and afterwards the reception by the Italian Parliament. Have a very good evening, and see you tomorrow then. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Maybe we can take a picture before we leave. We can all stay here, so that we can take a picture of the day.
Marco, are we going to have a very group picture? The whole of the group then? Yeah, family group.